Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to our stream. Welcome to Creative Discourse. Twice in a row, I nailed it. I nailed the introduction. Awesome. I want to apologize for being late, but I had kind of a difficulties with my setup. I first I wanted to do the casual classical bed painting Friday, throwing some interesting random objects and doing some experiments with the oil paint and perhaps doing some nice still life as we discussed yesterday. But then suddenly Sky decided that that's not what's going to happen, and weather that was ordered from Netherlands again didn't deliver on its promises. So I quickly scrambled all the stuff that cameras and stuff, and I just moved them around. My cable management is, well, I would call it far from ideal. But anyway, I just went for that option number two, that I'm going to be working and developing the composition that we started this week on that, or previous week, or we've been working on a couple weeks rather, the left and right side panels from that fragment painting. So we're slowly putting it together, and this might be something that actually fits into this bed painting Friday category very well, because this is not exactly what I do when it comes to my composition development and process and thinking and narrative, but it's mostly because I haven't been exposed to this idea that I want to stream the process for you. I want to be with you while this stream is happening, and that kind of causes some, not an issues, but kind of a how would I even put this? It's more about logistical issues that I encounter, which is awesome. I'm very, very, very happy about that. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that it took always a little bit time before and after the stream from painting time. So I thought that maybe I can start using digital medium a little bit more, and instead of just doing a quick sketches and adjustments and maybe using some some photo adjustment tools, maybe I can actually paint into my composition with the pigments, which I don't do very often, not because it would cause, well, I'm not doing it simply because I prefer to work with oil, and since I have to spend time with it, not have to, since I want to spend time with painting, I prefer to develop things with the pigment, not only because it's closer to my nature to work with actual physical paint and brush, but also I can develop certain ideas a little bit more I mean, how would I put this? Well, if you train to be a professional classical piano player, you would prefer to play on actual piano rather than electric keyboard for multiple reasons, because it's a weighted keys, the sound, the overall feel, the expression, the tones and color of the tones, and so on and so forth. There's so many reasons why would you do that. But then I remember that living in St. Petersburg for a while, having actual piano, it's extremely difficult. Not because, first of all, it's extremely expensive, it's heavy, you have to bring it to apartment, but then you have to keep it tuned. You have to be careful with temperature and moisture, because it's wood and it works, and it's immediately that point me out to that, oh dude, if you're just starting and you're training and you're going to do your scales, you can actually spread a sheet of paper and just pressing and trying to hit the keys into into a trying to train your fingers to move throughout the keyboard and get familiar with the keyboard. You don't need a Grand Royale piano, but with that kind of a if you want to be if you just want to start and you want to learn what notes are and how to start understanding what music is about, or playing a piano or playing an instrument for that matter. So that's the same thing that I feel with the digital. It's not necessary that it's not helping. You can develop all the ideas and everything the same way than with the pigments, or if you use gouache or watercolors, or tempera painting, or just charcoal. It doesn't really matter, because the ideas you can develop the whatever way. You can actually take a computer and write the ideas that you have in the head and in the mind and what you want to do. So for me, naturally, because I'm in the studio and I have paints and I have brushes and pigments ready to go, I don't need to set it up over and over again. It's actually a little bit more difficult for me to set up for like this kind of a specific digital painting. But I wanted to try it, and I'm gonna do what is not natural to me. So I'm gonna experiment with developing a little bit more detail. That means that we can paint a couple portraits of these figures. We can just move the figures left and right. We can bring some environment there as well. So I think this is gonna be quite fun today. Plus, I really well, let me rephrase that. I would like to see me actually dealing with stuff like environment in Photoshop, because I don't think I've ever painted like environment in Photoshop. I mean, like for composition, that's actually being done with oil. And it might be also because I felt that I don't think I would be able to reproduce some of the effects from digital medium to classical, and vice versa as well. So I'm interested not only about today, Bad Painting Friday, analog to what we usually do, but I'm also interested in how will I translate the digital ideas or digital painting into actual classical one, and how far apart are they going to be? So that's going to be something that I need to experience firsthand. So this is going to be a good, really good. How do they call it? Like a cliffhanger. We talked about this. That this almost looks like a season 1, episode 20th, right? So this is going to be a good cliffhanger and hook for season 2, which is hopefully going to be 2025. So you are all invited to jump on this train with with these experiments. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking what I'm going to do and how I'm going to do it, because the moment that I started to think about all these ideas and difficulties, or not difficulties, unknowns for me, the translation between digital and classical. So I'm kind of excited. I'm pumped, and my brain already clicked into that. Oh, this is not going to be as easy as I thought it would be, and also what other things I can do. What can I transfer from digital to classical? Because I actually, everything that I know about digital painting comes from classical. There is literally zero. I don't even know how to describe this. There is I am relying on my painting knowledge from like a classical training, for years of a classical training. So this is going to be kind of fun. So You are the opposite, digital to classical. Okay, all right. So, so let's see what's gonna happen. I just glance on the chat again, and I'm so bad keeping up with chat. So my apologies again for this. I have to start stepping. Yeah, I have to step up my game. So let's jump into this. Since I wasted enough enough of a day. Where's my okay? So let's put the gloves on, gloves. Different ones, but still. Okay, let me just correct everything. Go for it. Okay, there is a encouragement. First of all, I should, maybe I should, let's hope that my keyboard works today. This is I could make it bigger. So this is how bad, why is it such a bad quality? What have I done? Okay, so let's do it one more time. So this is actually the original that I took a picture of. Earlier today. So this is how bad it looks, which kind of sums it up very well when it comes to. Okay, all right. So I just so I'm going to use this as a reference, and when I said as a reference, I just need to figure it out certain things. You can see how rough that is, right? And naturally, you would never show this to anybody, because this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad when it comes to painting. But since this is a bad painting Friday, and we don't care here, I'm showing it to you because I think that it's very important for not only students, but also another artists or people that just enjoy painting to see what it really is. I know that that there's that saying that you don't want to know. I don't think it's saying, but that's just a common sense that you don't want to see what goes into hot dogs, but I guess if you are, thinking about opening a company that actually produces hot dogs, you might want to see what's behind the scenes. So this is how bad my painting looks right now. This is actually, I took it right now, and if you want to, I can point the camera to it. So there's no adjustment. So let's examine this. I don't even know where to start with insults, and I don't want to insult this painting more than it needs to be. But I'm looking at it right now. I can't believe that this is happening, and it all comes down to a fact that I was just simply having that moment of uncertainty, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to move, and this is completely abstract painting. I was just finding my way through the problems, and I can tell right now what do I have here. Let me just turn on the brush. So I can tell you immediately right now that there are areas that I'm okay with, not necessarily the best example, but I think here we're good. When it comes to shape, I mean, it's not painted, but that's another thing that I need to point out, that when I zoom in, I mean, this is really just this part right here. That was just one brush stroke because I needed a light value. When you look right here, I mean, this, you can't even consider this being a painting. This is just abomination of a painting. But anyway, it's not about specific. So when I say this painting needs more love, this painting, I think this painting needs a love, medicine, couple transplants, psychologist, psychiatrist, and also probably a long vacation somewhere in like an ocean or something. I don't know. Some really nice summer vacation with a hot weather and a lot of cool activities, I guess. So, but that it is what it is. And since, like I said, this is a Bad Painting Friday, I don't really care that much about this because, I mean, I feel a little. Well, this would be like you are right now looking directly to my diary, my painter's diary. And it might sound, well, there are things that I am ashamed myself to actually, disclose publicly when it comes to diaries. So this is something that, it really brings you as close as possible to the process and to thinking process that is behind this. And the only reason why I'm not, why I'm showing you this, well, actually, the only reason that would stop me from showing you this is if I wouldn't believe, because I can't tell you with certainty, if I wouldn't believe that I cannot correct this. I am pretty sure that it's oil. And even if it wouldn't, even if it's watercolor, there's always ways how to correct your creative work. And if there is not a known way how to correct it, that's where you have to step up and you have to find out. So if there is one thing that you're going to take away from today's stream is that if there is no way how to correct it, you have to find out. Because it's part of painting. It's part of that creative process. Creativity cannot be stopped by, I don't know, like a brush, not brush. Creativity shouldn't be stopped when it comes to, let's say, painting or digital painting, because we're painting digitally today. Creative work should not be stopped by the fact that you don't have specific brushes that you wanted and you can't download them or you cannot afford them. If you cannot afford them, if you cannot download them, use soft round brush. I think that comes, pre-installed, if I'm not mistaken. And find a creative way how to fix it. Same goes for regular painting. I am not afraid because I know that I can always scrape the paint away. I can always place or put the new brush stroke on top of this, or I can sand it down, or I can actually paint directly to this and take advantage of these textures that are that bad. So that will be probably the only introduction that, or the only thing that you need when it comes to this particular a stream. So if there is, like I said, if there is only one thing that you're going to take away from this, it should be that it's up to you to find the creative solution to problems. If you don't have anything else. So yeah, what I'm thinking right now is to maybe I have the layer there, so we can just go right into it. And again, since I'm in that category of just a painter or classically trained painter or oil painter rather that has a classical training among other trainings, and no necessarily specific like a digital. I've never graduated from any digital digital art or whatever we call it. It's like a entertainment art. So I'm gonna solve these problems with the tools and ideas that I know from classical painting, hopefully, and maybe not. And it doesn't matter because it's a bad painting Friday, so I'm going to unleash some weird ideas. What I'm going to do first is probably think about that gesture, because I am looking right here right now, and it's not working for me. It just simply it isn't. So what we could do today, let's do like a little list. So first I have to work on that. So that would be a first thing right here. So I would probably like to adjust this guy. And when I say adjust, I mean like more, give him a little bit more like a, what's the word that I'm looking for? Yesterday I was talking about the weight, like how it feels, like the gravity should actually play a role in the way he what's the word that I'm looking for? Well, right now it looks unreal. That's what I'm trying to say. Even when you look on things like, when you look at things like here, like this area right here, when you think about it, and this, it's a two-parter of hand, right? Or arm, I'm sorry. And the fact that there is this darker shape right here, it kind of, it looks broken to me right now. It's just the first thing that I saw, but that's not such a big problem. And also I have like a lighter value right here, and it just doesn't work as a unit. So first I'm going to find a shape that I like more than the one that I have here. So this is where I'm going to play a little bit, somewhere around here. And I'm not going to do outline. What I want to do is I want to connect these shapes. So I'm thinking more in terms of large brush. Okay, the one that I used last time perhaps, and maybe do like like adjustments this way. That I want to see and correct this as a one shape. So perhaps something like this, and maybe try to find a way how to develop this a little better as a composition, because I think that the first problem is in a composition before anything else, right? So this is something that it's going to be, this is where I'm going to be probably throughout this Bad Painting Friday. This is my bread and butter today. This is the main thing. This is the main idea, and I'm probably going to play with this a lot. And I can tell right now that this this area right here right now, oops, I'm sorry. This right here, specifically this, it's a harsh line. So I'm looking at that and it cannot be there. So just naturally, something that I'm going to focus on, correct, and soften perhaps, and so on and so forth. So that will be first order of business, thinking about this. Second thing, it's going to be portrait, probably. And actually, maybe thinking about the separation of these portraits right here. I'm totally cool with this one right here, and also with the silhouette, and how the silhouette nicely kind of work right here. But since I was talking about, and when I said silhouette, I mean this shape, the whole shape, together with a background, with a ground plane, and also how it kind of nicely create the diagonal that we talked about. which is not only in a XY axis, but also in the Z, in the depth. So that's something to think about. And perhaps even before that, when I'm looking at it right now, I feel almost like this would be something to think about. Like, what's this person? Who is this? Because I like the shape, but I'm thinking right now out loud for myself is that what is this going to be? Like, how am I going to create? Well, maybe it's a person. There's a leg. There could be another leg, foot, another foot, or perhaps this could work. But I'm still like, what is he? Like, is it some kind of a? Because I'm thinking about, I need to put the head there, right? So the shoulder would be here. So I don't know. This is something that, you know, I'm still running into the issue with shoulders. I still want to put them higher than necessary. So these are the things that really have to go. And then you can see how even this with all the marks is way better than what I see right here. So that's going to be something that to really think about. So yeah, like let me get right into it. I'm just selecting a new layer. I'm gonna maybe this. Ooh, okay, let's try this brush perhaps today. Yeah, Control Z works. That's nice. So let me get closer to it, and maybe I should. Yeah, let's see. I'm thinking that what adjustments to choose. All right, let me see. I need this. Perhaps not. Is oh, I think I found the problem. Okay, all right. So maybe if I push this a little bit darker, let me just maybe silhouette him a little bit more. So I'm gonna go back to the general shape and see if it's gonna work as a general shape, because there's a lot of things around, and maybe he could be a little thicker. Maybe. Let me just maybe push this. I want to unify these things right now. You remember I talked about the unity and variety in my classical painting. That's the same thing here. Maybe push this a little darker so I have a connection between them, because as it is right now, I don't know how these are going to be connect. Yeah. I just have feeling right now from a distance when I'm looking at that. And I, it's the same thing, I'm just squinting my eyes because I want to see the shape. The problem is, check this out. This is the problem. Brutally honest, compositional adjustment is that this is the same than this. Do you see it? It's just two same shapes. Yeah. So that's what bothers me. So I have to figure it out how to make them different. Do I have some files that your left arm is weak? Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. So what would be a good thing? Okay, so let's look at it from a multiple. You should. We used to make fun of ourselves when we right when we was in the academy among the students that right before the end of the semester or the exhibition. Ideally, you need to paint with both hands simultaneously to be able to finish everything. So maybe you might you might think about this. Start painting with both hands simultaneously. I am sometimes I paint with a left arm when covering a large area or so, just to give my right arm a break. Actually, the thing is that I went to a. This is going to be another. This is going to be one of those stories where you probably won't even believe me, but when I don't know if it was on the third year or second year, I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. In LA, since academy that I studied or was accredited, in order to to get accreditation to your school, you have to create a syllabus, a specific syllabus, and you have to have like a variety of classes. Some of these classes was a dance class, and I don't know if you've ever seen bunch of nerds trying to dance with the professional dancer. I mean, I have these images in my head. It was just, I mean, how would I even ever, where should I start with describing I want to give you visuals, right? And I remember the moment like we were in the classroom in because we had like you have ateliers and then you have these like lecture rooms. It was actually, we held it in a library because there was no other space for this class because everything was occupied and full of students. So we were in the library. I used to work there, so I was kind of confident the library is a good place for me to be. I'm gonna feel confident to dance there. In my country, we are classically trained to dance classically, so I have like a classical training on that, you know, very basic level. So at least you know what the steps are and the rhythms and so on and so forth. But it also about how good you are with motions, right? So some people are naturally a little better when it comes to moving in the rhythm, right? Or swinging, if you wish. So I have at least theoretical idea about about what to do when it comes to when it comes to uh, when it comes to dancing. And I remember her face when she entered the room. She immediately, you know how you know when you entered a studio of someone else whether the person is good or bad when it comes to technique and like overall understanding just by looking around, because you see how things are set up and what you just know. And it doesn't matter with the painters. You can do it with, I don't know, with blacksmiths. It doesn't matter. If you are in the industry, you enter the place, and unless it's something completely new and fresh and inspiring, usually they're set up very close because because you need to have things set up a certain way. There might be like you might have a keyboard here or underneath, yes, but you can tell that this is a place where person works and it spends a lot of time there. Even when he moves around that area, it's with flow, right? It's like when I was talking about Italians making coffee. It's just it has that something, right? And she entered the library, and the first thing was like, first of all, she was like, "We're going to have a dancing class in the library," and I saw her face and she understood that this is not going to be just a quick, easy task, easy money. So I'm going to teach a couple dance moves to these guys, and we're going to talk about a little about dance theory and dance composition and so on and so forth. She immediately understood that. And her face was priceless, I have to say. It even right now, it amuses me to think about that face. That expression, rather, because I can't recall her face. I just remember her expression, the horror in her face. And then we kind of she wanted to ease us into it. So she said that we're going to start with a little stretching because you can't just start, breakdancing immediately, as some of us assumed that that's what's going to happen, which didn't help that situation. So we started with stretching, and she mentioned one important thing, and that's actually why I'm talking about this. I don't want to make fun of our dancing class anymore, because it's very serious, and it's related to what you said about your pain in the shoulder and or arms when you paint for a longer time. And she was a professional ballet, classically trained ballet dancer, then switched to a modern ballet, and then as a trainer, because she had some injury, because professional ballerinas, they don't really last long if you are on that highest level when it comes to it's a lot of injuries. And she showed us her feet, and it was just, I was like, I don't know. That it's brutal. It's brutal when it comes to professional ballet dancers. I don't understand that. That I think it's a masochism. It was, and she was talking about the stories and so on and so forth, because they they have a specific, like, you know how, I'm pretty sure that most of you saw, they push themselves so far that they don't have fingernails on their fingers. Their feet are deformed, like extremely deformed, just to support that weight and that movement. And they have a specific way how to flow in the air. And right now, or at that time, she was working with the professional LA Lakers basketball players. And I asked her, like, what do you, are they, are they doing pirouettes or what they're doing? And she's like, no, she trains basketball players at professional, like the highest end, how to engage muscles and find even the smallest adjustments for how they when they're jumping. So because ballerinas, they're using like it's a, I can't even describe it, but she was talking about like a specific techniques and stuff, and they're using every muscle, and it's like in the perfect harmony, so they have that very long air time, so they're hanging in the air for such a long time with absolute ease. It almost looks like they're flying. It's crazy. And she was talking about, like, she has these basketball players and NFL players as well, and in sport, and she's training them how to jump from the fingers. So, you know, they train the muscles on the fingers, on toes. I'm sorry, on the toes. So, like, so she has like this enormous amount of knowledge about stuff, and you know that in that highest professional level sport, little increments can affect the result, especially with the basketball, where, you know, like 3-4 points, it's nothing. It's a couple seconds, right? And same for NFL. So they are trying to find every possible advantage that there is to improve the statistics and possibilities and win rate, right? So she was training with professional basketball and NFL players with like a running and you know, engaging the muscles that they didn't know they even have, right? Especially with the fingers. So she from toes. So her big toe on the feet was like how to place it, and it's just like whole another theory behind this, especially with ballerinas, because she cannot, as a ballerina, she was explaining this, she cannot look like a brute that's trying to jump in the air. It has to flow from one to another. It's in a perfect harmony. The positions, the landings, like when you're landing, you have to be in the angles, and so on and so forth, right? And then she said that she needs to be, like, her body needs to be also symmetrical and perfect. And that, coming like really long detour that I took about this, coming back to what you were talking about with the shoulders, she then put us she wanted to examine us and body posture, and she immediately understood that I am using my right hand way more than my left hand when it comes to painting, because it also the angle of the shoulders was that this arm, it's just always extended, and she could see the angles, and she said that, oh dude, you have to work with your left arm, like do some shoulder exercises, because you're gonna get massive problems when it comes to like a back pain and neck pain, because you are using your right shoulder and elbow and arm way more, to the point that you are starting to like being like this. Plus you are of course that all of us, we have cell phones right now, so it's like this. So this is my normal posture, and I'm finally getting to a point that it's really important for you to switch arms, and that's what she recommended, actually, to switching arms, and kind of trying to balance it out. Plus, she also mentioned that maybe just using a palette in another hand to give my other hand to also some kind of weight and some kind of a muscle. So it's working. It's also have some movement and range of movements would be probably beneficial. And actually, from that class, I started to paint standing, because she mentioned you're sitting like this and then you're using only this hand, so you're almost like a Quasimodo, right? So yeah, so I'm kind of happy and interested to see the results that you have by painting with the left hand, because when it comes down to it, shouldn't be such a big difference painting a left hand. And I saw my master draw a whole figure with the left hand, because it's mostly about understanding what you see and translating that information to paper, rather than just pure muscle memory. Muscle memory helps you with your orientation and the movement, which is really cool. Because you feel a little bit more confident to draw a circle with your right hand than with my left hand, and it's only because I did not practice these movements that much, which actually is another solid point when it comes to painting being skill rather than talent. Right? I mean, you can be talented as much as you want. Like if you can't really hold brush properly in your hand, or if you don't know alphabet, your ABCs when it comes to painting, you're not going to get that far, because you have no really a way to communicate these ideas. It's what we talked about all the time, that it's the same as a writing. So you learn how to write, and then you can develop your ideas. Then you can put on paper what you think and what you feel. It's the same thing with painting. Painting is mostly skill. And then question is whether or not with the skill you can communicate something important or interesting or exciting or emotional, or fill the blank. So, and plus that's a great point. You paint way looser with your left hand, because you cannot control every little aspect of that, of the line and shape and value and perhaps edge. That's what I meant. So yes, you're absolutely right. Plus, another thing is that you are activating a different part of your brain, because it has to, if I'm not mistaken, the right hand, it's controlled by the left side, and the left hand is controlled by the right side, or something along those lines. I can't really give you the exact because I'm not a doctor. I wish I was, but I'm not. I wish I were. That's another. Yes, absolutely. I think it's a valid idea, valid experiment, and you should definitely keep going with that. I think it's amazing that you pushed yourself to do that. And that goes for everyone else that watching this. I think it's very important you try to do this. I'm still trying to find out some draperies, some motions, some anatomy that would help me with this. I'm kind of confused what to do. And I got so excited about that. A story that I remembered from a long time ago. It was a really long time ago. Definitely. It's about having fun and see what's happened. Yes. That's the name of the game today. what if I'm going through some sketches that I have here and ideas in the digital file. So what if I just, since this is a bad painting Friday, kind of bad painting Friday, maybe try different concepts. That could work. That could work. Maybe. I just need to, like I said, I was not really paying attention to this. I was not really thinking about what to do with this particular sketch today, because my focus was somewhere else. But it's not an excuse. It's just, it's taking me a little bit more time to because I would get a little bit more concrete with this, since I have a option to. Huh. So somehow right now, but the problem that I have, that really the main one, is that I can't get that yesterday's Volgas Boltzmann out of my head, and I want to avoid as much as I can to copy those positions, because I felt that I'm very close, like in that territory. Or maybe I should take advantage of it and use some of those ideas and maybe adjust them. Or should I just go directly to just maybe I could do this. Maybe we could just feel my way through. Let's do that. So I'm just going to push this darker, only because I want to see a shape again. And where would I put the head be there? And then how do I create? Okay, so it I could actually keep the head there. Keep the head there and maybe try to yeah. So let me maybe develop yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm just gonna try to find the shape here. A little warmer. Right. Shoulder could be here. And then where would this is where I want his feet go. Right? And then remember I was talking about that I would like to put a little, and I'm playing right now only with really shapes, and I'm thinking about let me maybe do this. Like I'm thinking about that this is where his head should be, and this is more about like should go this way. I'm thinking about the anatomy of the body, right? So I have a head, and there he's this way, and then his leg is here. Right? This is kind of it's a really tough gesture to pull off. So I'm trying to find a shape within. This is then go around and back, and maybe I could push this a little bit more here. I'm looking for that shape right now. Maybe this is a weird question, but I'm curious, which do you think was more difficult to come up with composition, the middle canvas, the biggest one, or the one, the right side, or is it equal for you? Well, actually, it is not a weird question. And I think that think the most difficult part, well, I think, honestly, I think that most difficult part right now is this one that I'm working on. And the reason is not because this would be more difficult as a composition, it's that last piece of puzzle that you can't find anywhere and it's missing. You remember I talked about that. I think I brought that example with circle, right? And then I talked about Raphael, that he could like make a circle, you know, free-handed. And whenever I'm trying to do a circle, right? So I'm just pre-circling, and then it's just gonna whoa, and you see this. So this little space right here, I'm just gonna make it with red. This little space right here. Let's do this. Distance from here to here. You see how far apart they are? That's exactly the moment that I started. I felt confident. It's like a 3/4, and then something happens here. I don't know, in my mind, and it ended up here. So this is exactly the part, because it's not only about the composing and creating a nice shapes when it comes to this separate painting. I have to key this to another paintings that I already have there, right? So ideally, if you want to, streamline, or if you want to have a better result or less complicated result, that's why they always teach you to figure out your sketch as a whole, and not, because the same problem would be if you have 3 figures, right? You have 3 figures on your canvas, and you're focusing only on one figure, and it's placed, it's figured out, it's beautifully painted. You have the gestures, you have the anatomy, you have the you have your equipment that figure have. You put it into an environment, and then suddenly you realize that, oh, but this painting is about 3 figures, not about 1 figure. And you have to have these other 3 figures in order for that painting to be successful. And you are kind of trying to find the way how to connect them together. I have overall idea. I had a larger sketch that I did, but then since this was such a free and welcoming kind of a feeling here with our either it's a bed painting Friday, or it's just a regular stream, I felt confident that maybe we should explore more. Maybe we should push the boundary a little bit. Maybe I should, get out of my comfort zone, not because I want to make my day harder, but because maybe I'll find something that I didn't know about before. So that's why it's difficult right now, because in my head, it's not only how to creatively solve the problem with this shape. In my head, it's how to creatively solve this problem of this shape so it works here and related to what's behind me right now in the large canvas. That's what makes this very difficult. It's that the last step, you remember how I was talking about, excuse me, with that middle piece, with the main fragment painting that we worked on, that I didn't have a background. I had that, I still left some questions unanswered, and instead of focusing on those unanswered questions, I proceed forward with something that I knew how it's going to end up. And I developed that to the point that it's really heartbreaking for you and for me as well, and for everyone, to then just scrape it down and paint it 1 centimeter to left or up or down, or make it larger or smaller or bigger, or get rid of that shape altogether, right? So that's why, because in ideal scenario, as I planned it in my head, was, oh, let's have fun with 2 main figures, because these are the main figures. I want to see how they're going to look. That was my idea, because you always do these preliminary sketches, you do these preparations, right? And I wanted to do that preparation, but then I decided that maybe while doing that preparation, I could actually make it closer to actual size that I want to work on, so I do not run into the same problem, which would be, oh, I did again a smaller versions, and right now on the large scale I have a missing pieces. So I decided, okay, I'm just going to go and I'm going to start painting this a larger painting right now. And then when I sketched out those figures on the large canvas, I thought, well, maybe I could include the other figures as a background. Why should I just leave it in a unspecified background, just darker or lighter? If in actual large painting, I'm going to have figures around them, so I fit, other figures around. And then I realized that, okay, so since I have other figures there, maybe I should put them into gestures as well, right? Not just the shapes. And I started to add more and more things into that middle fragment painting, right? And then I was like, okay, well, I'm painting this, I'm spending enormous amount of resources on this. Let's make this the full composition. And if anything, I can have this for myself as a memorabilia for, the larger painting, if someone or some institution is going to be interested about that painting. So I can actually either give it away or sell it. It depends on, who's asking. And when you it's not that I would change the idea. The main idea is still to have a solid, concrete ground for painting a larger, coherent painting. But then I felt like, okay, I have this, but that's just a fragment. I developed the fragment, and right now, how am I going to relate this fragment to another figures? I don't know how far I have to push the middle figures because I still have these figures in the back, I have this figure right here, and I have these figures here. How these figures are going to relate to my main painting? So I was thinking, and then maybe I have some loose canvases here, because first what I wanted to do, actually, truth to be told, I have actually the canvas that the orange one that I used for the side left side I was thinking that I'm going to use it horizontal, and I'm going to do multiple portrait studies there, just for portraits. And then I was like, okay, so I'm going to do portraits. I am kind of confident with painting portraits. I have a problem with draperies and positions right now with the main fragment painting. So I should probably think maybe I should paint a figure rather than the portrait, because I feel comfortable painting portraits from imagination. It's not such a big deal. Painting full scale a figure with folds and draperies and elements in their hands, lit by the environment and compositionally, well, I don't feel that confident. So you can see how my how pushing myself into starting doing these studies show me how many problems do I have in design of the main composition. Not in the composition itself, I'm satisfied with composition. I have a problem with inside elements. They need to support that composition. And that's when all the problems start. So I am kind of and here's the thing, if you start adding decorations to a wrong spot and then you have to take it away, well, that's an enormous problem, because the most of the time and most of the resources I actually put into these details, repainting them and moving them and pushing them. And like I said, you don't want to move or widen or shorten or exponentially or not exponentially. You don't want to size it up because it's impossible. You can't have a perfect eyes, nose, and mouth and then decide that you're going to make it bigger. It's not like in Photoshop in this case that, oh, just enlarge it 10%, enter. It doesn't work that way. And then other thing is that I enlarged it 10%, and right now, am I happy? And I would ask myself, no, it was better previously, so I'm going to repaint it back to smaller scale. I actually, not only that I was cutting a branch that I was standing on, I cut it and I fell into my face on the ground. And then when I was bleeding on the ground, I decided, oh, I'm going to dig my own grave. That's how I feel about my decision right now. Just to get you a better perspective. And if you have these large canvases ready and already you invested time and resources into them, and you cut the branch underneath yourself, you fall on your face, and then you started to dig your grave, and your mindset is that you would prefer to have a bad painting than meh painting, you end up here. Welcome to Asylum Atelier. For everyone who's chiming in, this is not a painting class. This is a I want to refer back to AA meeting because that's how I feel. It's just, I just want to get these concerns and problems out, not because I'm a not because I need you to know this and tell me that, oh, everything's going to be all right. More about, look how many mistakes I did, and I've been doing this for a while, long while, when it comes to actual physical classical oil painting, right? Please do not, no, how would I put this? What I'm trying to say is that you're gonna do these mistakes. There's no way that my little stream with a couple people here is going to change the fact that you're not gonna make these mistakes. What I'm trying to say is that I know that these mistakes are going to happen even in your work because I can't control that. You cannot control that, most likely. What I want you to do is do not fall into that despair mode, to the depression inside that would stop you from creating only because there are problems on the way. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I showed you probably the worst painting that you've seen yet in your life. I'm gonna fix it. It's gonna take time. It's gonna take resources. It's going to take enormous amount of I don't want to say sacrifice. It's just I am not going to. It's Friday. I'm not going to go outside partying. I would like to, because this is a little bit more interesting for me. And I know that if I push harder here, I'm going to be way more satisfied tomorrow. And the problem is that, and I had this discussion, and I mentioned this multiple times, that I think about the same way, not only about my work, but also about commissions and everything. So there is when somebody's asking me to do a commission or help with something, or ask me for advising with like I was right now when we were painting with polyurethane paints and acetones and like really harmful stuff, I was not thinking about that this is my job. I was thinking about I'm a Michelangelo in my head, because of how self-observant I am, how narcissistic, however narcissistic it sounds, but it helps me to produce a good work. And if my mindset is to have a good work, or I'm just going to, it's this is a very famous quote of a very famous um, race driver, Colin McRae. He was an awesome guy from Scotland. He unfortunately died by a helicopter accident, and he was a WRC race driver, World Rally Championship race driver, one of the best I've ever seen, if not the best. And he had the saying that if in doubt, flat out. That means that when he didn't know what to do, just again, I have a goosebumps because I am a World Rally Championship enthusiast, among the other things, and it's just seeing him race was. They told him, dude, you're already winning. Or there is no reason for you to go fast, and he went even faster because he felt that, okay, that's just I can't just slow down only because you're telling me in the radio. It's just it was not in his nature, and I kind of somehow I felt that that's a part of that's something that I was missing, that kind of a motivation. Or not motivation, that kind of a mindset. I thought that, I genuinely thought that that's no. And he showed me that, no, man, if you feel that way, that you're going to I don't know, that you're going to think about random, it's not even a sculpture, a random utility that you're building out of harmful, like health harmful materials. When they're cured, they're okay, they're safe. But when you're doing it, you're not thinking about that you are that is just a slide for kids, because it doesn't matter if it's a slide for kids for me or actual sculpture with bones and with like some kind of a nice the print. I can't turn off that mindset in my head of doing it really in a way that I would do my own painting. And it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of creativity, and people take advantage of it. And I'm aware of it. And truly, they used to take advantage of me. Right now, I'm letting them to take advantage to certain, to certain point, to certain degree. Sometimes I say no, not because, only because I don't like the project. That's probably what it is. Instead of taking the project and thinking about it like a job. So that's why this is also difficult, because even these two figures in the background, who cares about them? I do. You wish I was here when you were younger. I wish I wish the people that I was fortunate enough to work with were sharing these things with the whole world. Luckily, right now we have that technology. So I'm modern Michelangelo. I'm reading your comment. I'd probably think the same. Woo! I'm a modern Michelangelo. It's not about, and I'm not saying that if people don't think that way, that's wrong. I had this discussion actually a couple days ago, and a person that I care tremendously about raised valid points about why not to do what I do, because you can wreck yourself to a point that you won't be able to think. Because I came home and I was thinking about how to improve incrementally, like really little bit, on a thing that's going to be used as a sled for kids for one winter, and then it's probably going to get destroyed or repainted. I can't stop it. It's the same thing, like people telling me, like, you have to separate work from family. I don't know how to do that. I have no idea how to do that. I wish I could. And then they always question there's always a question in my head, like, where's that line? So here I am working, and that's enough. And here, like centimeter on the left side or the right side, well, depends on what the maintenance that you have, then you are creating. Probably you're right. If passion is real, you can stop it. It's like a wildfire. Yes, might be. And here is the thing: I'm not trying to stop that. I'm trying to actually absorb it as much as I can. And I was explaining that when I was standing right there, and being cold and feeling really really bad, still to this point, like whole my skin, I feel like a snake. It's just I can feel like my body is trying to get rid of that harmful, toxic, poison stuff from my body through the skin. Everything is itchy. But it's that journey. It's helping me actually. It's helping me to not only like logically, but also emotionally connect with these figures that they were on their journey. So it made sense. I'm not saying that it's going to make a better painting. It's going to make me want to actually continue more and more, even when I'm looking on this bad painting right here. And not even that I'm looking at it, I'm sharing with you, which maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, I don't know. But I want to get rid of that pressure of feeling ashamed to try to explore and to fail. So yeah, it's not like a I would be a so basically what I was trying to say again, with such a long kind of a weird confession here is that I don't really think about this part being more difficult to that part because for me it's one thing. And there are moments, as you saw, that I just do 2 brush strokes and things just fall into place immediately. And then I do 3, 4 brush strokes and I'm just ruining everything. So I have to scrape it and start over and over and over, right? So I can't control it yet. I wish I could. And I don't know if Michelangelo could ever control it. I think that his stubbornness, I guess, and the passion for what he was doing and believing that this is the right way to go, no matter what the Pope is telling me or telling him rather, was the driving force. And like I said, coming back to that Colin McRae story, is that, let me just write down the name. I think that this is how you. Let me just double check that if I'm because I don't know how to. Oh, I was correct. Okay. This is the guy. This is the guy that I'm talking about. Like amazing. Amazing race driver. I mean, not he. I think that he's the best. Unfortunately, he's not alive. He died in the helicopter accident. And there were, he won, I think, a champion. He happened to be, I don't think he ever been champion, or was he? I think he was at one point. And you could tell that he was, I mean, because he made like these crazy things with cars that had no business to be, winning. only because he pushed it to a. He used to do flips and then land on the wheels and continue and still win. And people are like, what? You know, other would stop and rethink the situation, and he was so in the moment of winning that, or not even winning, to just enjoying being fast. It was not even winning, because it's just there's no reason to harm yourself. He didn't care about that. He just wanted to drive as fast, and he actually brought that sport into mainstream. And it's amazing. It was amazing to watch him, and I miss him. And he was straightforward, humble, open about everything. They ask him stuff, and he say, "Yeah, this, that, just no." And that's why I'm saying that there is no. Okay, so go. I'm sorry. I was keep continuing. So I'm going to continue painting here. So let me get back to be more specific here with this. What I'm doing right now, I'm just trying to find that problem might be here, perhaps. Let me do this with the position of a head. So let me just go, maybe zoom in a little bit with this disaster's head, and maybe just make the shape a little better. And that might be actually beneficial. A little darker. So I need this angle right here, right now here. So maybe that's what bothers me, that I'm trying to, you see, I think this might be the problem. Let me see here. Yeah, I guess. Let me make it a little lighter. I guess this was the problem, and the nose is going to be right here. So what I think, what I think was happening is that, check this out. This is a kind of important thing. So I was trying to push him here, right? So he's kind of leaning forward. So leaning forward. But then I was painting his head this way, right? So it kind of created a kind of a, so the gesture was not complete, because in order to complete the gesture, I need to move the head as well. So he cannot be moved forward and then be like this. It just doesn't work that way. The gesture didn't work. So just pushing it a little bit more this way, I think it's going to be, that's the problem, specifically with the gesture. So maybe I could put again a little bit of a neck here. You know, that Rembrandt thing. So we have this, and then that would kind of give me shoulder could go here. So and then the head is still too big, I guess. So let me adjust this shape here. So like I said, I'm making these incremental improvements. And right now, instead of having, okay, all right, so this could actually work. This could actually work. So this would be a shoulder right here. And that will give me a size. And then I need a lighter value here as well, where the knee is going to be, or where I assume the knee should be. So he's pushing this leg forward. And I could take this and create like a little more shadow right here. Let me just get rid of this and make the brush size bigger. But I don't want to go counter here. This is the shoulder and this is the... Maybe push it a little bit so it's just, maybe so it's overlapping a little bit so they're kind of touching, right, those shapes. Maybe that's another thing that I was missing, and then a little bit of like kind of this direction right here. Oops. Right. And again, I'm working with this large brush, so things are getting messier and messier, but this could be okay. And I have to figure it out what to do with this. It almost feels like this. I'm trying to find. You're back? Okay, awesome. Maybe push it a little bit more outside. Okay, let me do this. So I'm going to get him a little closer. This can go all in the dark. You see how they're exactly the same position, the same. So this is where the most work is going to be right now. It's to make this figure and this figure different. if I connect them here. I think that this might be a little too much forward. So he's not leaning right now too much forward, so maybe it should go here. And push this lighter value a little bit more here. Other weird side effect, quote unquote, from painting with left, I am painting way more thickly, load pigments even more than I normally would. I actually like where it's going, and that's awesome. This is really, I am so excited to see the result actually. I don't expect it to be masterpiece though. Come on, man. That's just not a. Let me be judge of that. Maybe I could push this with the hand a little bit more. So, oh, okay, that might be something. So visually, if I push this hand a little lower, okay, that might be the problem. Oh my God, why am I so dumb? So this is another visual problem that we can talk about real quick, since I just got into it. So I was talking about that I need to keep the gesture this way, right? So he's kind of leaning forward, and this is the head. So I have a head there. I have the gesture with leg going slightly this direction, right? With hand, with leg going this direction, and then when I add arm, one arm, and the second one, I was actually visually keying it from here to up here, right? And I was trying to place it into this position. Let me just switch it into this position, and then kind of it was shortening him, right? So it looked like this is the actual height of him visually. But if I move the hand a little lower into this position, right, you're automatically going to correctly assume that knee should be somewhere here. Okay, so this knee needs to go lower as well. Okay, all right. I'm getting there slowly, but just make a, yeah, it's kind of annoying that I did that. So that means that I can push this shape shoulder right here. I have a shoulder right here. This is the shape that I'm looking for. And then this can go, the knee can go lower right here. that this head should be a little smaller. And I can do this hand a little bigger. This could work. Oops, never mind, no Control Z's. Okay, this might actually work. This might, like in a weird way, this might work. Oh, that was a... Yeah. This might actually work. Maybe if I push this a little. What I'm thinking about right now, it's to correct this a little bit. Maybe I can push the elbow lower. But the problem with this is that I am creating a too close of a... And what if I change this a little bit? I'm just thinking out loud right now, because like, what if this would be a shape right here? So I'll change this. And maybe yeah, I think this is a little better. Like so, and then oh yeah, we are getting there. We are getting there. Softening this line right here. Okay, this might actually work, changing the shape a little bit. Yep. But then again, I have to be careful because of this. This and this being the same. You see that? Hopefully you can see it, the same thing that I see. But that means that I could change this. Perhaps there is a wind or something. I don't know. Something is there. then that would actually cast a shadow here and connect these things and created these nice kind of a areas of light right here. I need something a little bit more saturated, which would, you know, help that composition push it more forward. So this would be probably a good example of just trying, seeing, and right now it works. Right now it works. I am, again, digging really deep. Oh, it's just, okay, this and that. So maybe I could work a little bit more like connecting this brush, softening this. Let me make it a little desaturated and lighter, so I don't know where sky starts and a ground ends for now. There's a really, really soft value there. So so all the attention would be pushed to this, right? To this area. That's what I want. That's exactly what I want. So I'm going to soften. Oops. I'm going to soften this as much as I can, because the moment that I would put again the like a strong horizon line there, it would bring it back towards me again to a foreground. So, and I don't want that. Yet this might actually work. I'm kind of surprised this might actually work. This could be okay. Okay, let me work on this guy a little bit. So I'm working on these silhouettes right now, and I'm just trying to find something a little bit more substantial, a little bit more pleasing to look at. And again, I have this really, really high here. So maybe what if I'll just push it a little lower? It's going to change a lot. No, not really. So I can work with this a little bit. Okay, so I have this guy. Okay, let me see if I have some in my ideas, if I was thinking about what the person could be. I mean, this project that I'm working on right now, it's really taking the this is either I'm going to finish this or I'm never. Either I'm going to finish this or I'm never. I'm never going to be satisfied with anything anymore. I don't know. This is really, really weird. Real feeling. I have so many files, so many ideas, and I can't even. I mean, I wish. Like, why am I complicating it this much? I don't understand. It's not really. It's not like I would be adding. And this is probably also something to do with you have to go through the process of elimination. You remember I was talking about that. You know, when we think about geez, I am sorry that you are at this point. I'm glad. I'm I'm glad I'm not the only one who gets that feeling. It's more. It's really, like I said, I don't feel that it's the end of the world. It's just the amount of unnecessary and it, well, the amount of unnecessary complications in terms of that I'm not decisive, that I am not sure if this way or that way. And like I said, I have these libraries in my head on my digital files, and I'm just trying to recall because I have that image in my head. I close the eyes and I see what I want to paint. No, I see. I'm very close to kind of lock this down to the point that I'm going to be okay. Let's see if I can push it right now further, and then repaint it again because I found the on the way to painting it this way. I'll find the way how to correct the problems that not necessarily need to be corrected but could be improved upon. That's going to be even more annoying to watch. Oh. And trust me, you are not alone in this. Just, I think that everyone who feels genuine about the work or the result of their work. So you probably you have to have this feeling. There's probably no other way around this. I mean, it would have been cool if it is a smooth ride without feeling all that feelings. I guess it would. I guess it would. I am actually willing to go in even further. I think it wouldn't be even. I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I don't think I would care when it comes down to this. Actually, um, if it would be easy, like with many of things that 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 we just and maybe it's just. The other thing is that maybe it's just me who is just a little too. A little too. Like what I'm trying to say is that sometimes, not sometimes, a lot of times, less is more. And I did the research, I did a lot of ideas, and and every day when I sit down, I have more and more ideas. And the problem is that not only that as I paint, and I don't know, well, I'm pretty sure that you have the same thing, that as I paint, or as I look um, at my let's say painting experience, right? So how I improved from beginning of the year to the end, right? So you look on your, like, let's say a first still life and of 2024, and then last of 2024, you're going to see the improvement, you're going to see the adjustments, you're going to see a better setup, better light, better brush, a little bit more, expressive colors perhaps. And that's perfect, that's awesome. Working on one painting for a whole year, and you start to painting it, and you just went whole the journey, and then it almost feels like, oh, I have to go back to a portrait. It almost feels like it's a never-ending story. And I believe this is the loop. So I have to do that, quote unquote, executive decision. So this is enough. I can't really bring more and more adjustments to this, because there is no end to this madness in that case, right? And there are plenty of examples of painters that they just continually work on the same paintings, and it's just not moving anywhere. It's just, you're in the circles. So I really want to, I set myself, actually the end date was end of the summer, and it's already beginning of the winter, or actually we're in the winter already. So not the beginning, but in my country it's December, January, February, and then like a first half of March. So I want to only paint and not think about necessarily like the big compositional adjustments after in 2025. I just want to slowly finish and do maybe a little more, a little smaller tweaks, a little more design ideas. Because even when I'm looking at my files with preliminary ideas and sketches and so on and so forth, I can clearly see how I evolved that idea to where it is right now. And it is I don't want to say that it's completely different painting, but, and you know what's funny, that usually when I paint, I don't have this library of all the digital files and sketches, pictures, so on and so forth available. So I do not focus. I don't go that deep into examination of what was I thinking before. And right now I'm looking at this like, what was I thinking? Like, why do I thought that this is a good idea? So, and I'm afraid that tomorrow or the after tomorrow, or maybe next year, I'm going to be looking at this and be the same way. Like, why did you think that this is a good idea? Because I went from these two figures, Cyril and Methodius, like creating that classical kind of a Vermeer setup when they're in the studio and they're writing down or creating it, all the way through and you can't, I don't think you can see it. Maybe I can move the camera. It's up there on the wall, right around here. It's another different variation of this. It's a little darker, slightly darker version of, or slightly darker. It's darker because it's dark here, so you can see just just the shape. Maybe someday we can go and examine that one as well. Like multiple iteration of this, to the point that I feel that final painting should be probably me painting their backs so they're leaving because they can't stand me anymore. That would be the final nail in the coffin, right? So I I climbed the tree for no reason, only to only to cut the branch under my that I was sitting at, falling down into my head, digging the grave for myself, to put the to put last nail into the coffin, and then please someone else just cover that dirt, cover that coffin. It's just yeah. I almost do you know what the truth is? Truth is, I already prepared that painting in my head as a composition, then being turned into a bag, because they're fed up with me and they just can't. They just like, we have to leave this dude here and depart from him, because it's just we're never gonna get to Great Moravia to to actually give them this language or letters and alphabet. That's exactly why I get in this silly mood. It makes this whole thing more bearable. Well, I may be in the coffin. Let's just make the best out of it. Yes, you're right. But you know what? I'm not thinking about this as a problem. I enjoyed this. I enjoy working on this painting. I'm just saying that I went the full circle. I saw that, okay, this is enough. We are turning our back to you, because this is just, can't help you anymore. You're far gone. You're gone. It is what it is, I guess. I'm just wondering what I'm wondering whether or not someone ever done this live. Or are we the first? And if no one ever done this before, right now I know why. Because this is crazy. I don't even know what to say. I think it's crazy. And the reason why I'm saying that, I don't know if this one that someone ever did this, it's because there is a lot of things that, like, not that I don't want to talk about. It's just, you know, I wouldn't even call it creative process, but there's a lot of things that you just you just want to share, that you even think or you tried. Like, what, dude? Just like, why would you even do that? Are you crazy? Oh, I know what we're missing. We're missing that. We are missing that. See, and I have files about files. I have maybe this is too low, too high. Seems a little too obsessive, or too large rather. The arm. Maybe I could push it here, and maybe I could make this a little darker here. Just working. I don't know if this is probably not really, can't really see it, but I'm trying to put there a little. When I was talking about that kind of a, you know, to hide him into that. Into that. It's starting to look a little better, not incredibly good, but a little better. Okay, this is a little too. All right, let's get a little bit more into the detail, into the, just to clarify certain shapes. And maybe I could try. Looking for a little bit more precision here. So I can see, because right now, like I was talking about, I don't know where a shape ends. It's just, it blends together. And it's not that it's a big problem, it's just compositionally I want to see where I'm at. So I can't just have it random till forever. So let's get this guy a little bit more. Resolution, so I know the size of a head. And I still didn't decide what to do with it. How is he going to look, or where is he going to look necessary, or maybe I'll give him a okay, I'm gonna I need a little, like a concrete shapes. Okay, I should probably, this is a kind of a unexpected and quite interesting position for his head. So I should probably check if I have some, where's my skull? There it is. I'll just grab my skull, because I'm not sure what to do. So I haven't, orbitals, nose, mouth. I don't think I'll be able to see mouth. Let me just double check that. And one of these days I have to sculpt a skull in the blender for myself, so that I can rotate and position it so it would be beneficial when it comes to, you know, these positions. And I don't think I have that. Okay, are we going to just I want him to go more towards me, so that I would have to put, I should probably maybe sketch that head myself, because I don't think that I have something that it's again one of those weird positions that I'm not really because, you know, you don't paint portraits or, you know, well, maybe you do, I don't. That's what I was trying to say. This is not like a classical. All right, so let's, there's another problem that I have to solve. Okay, all right, new challenge. Let me see that. No pressure. So now the fun is going to start. Is it going to be fun? Let me get these weird brushes. I prefer to work with weird brushes than with, you know. Okay. There could be a little bit of a light right here. But what was I talking about, that this guy shouldn't have that head on him, or can I put him into a, let's give him ear first, so I would better understand the orientation. Would that be here? Ear, it's not really the proper pigment, but it doesn't really matter. That would be ear here. Then I could give him a cheek right here, and then nose, and then another cheek, so I have some kind of a symmetry here. Go a little bit more this way. think that this is something that I'm missing here right now. And if I set up the head properly, so I could see and adjust another parts, I think that that's what would you know, give me back to, you know, back to the game again. So let's hope for that. I need like an orangey, darker. Okay, seems like there needs to be a little bit more of a, that the neck should be here, but then the shoulder is very close, so I have to adjust this one. Change the shape a little bit. And I think that this should go a little lower. The redness of the cheek should go a little lower, so. What's happening right now, I'm trying to find a way how to position the head properly. Yeah, the cheek needs to go a little lower. Okay, that's cool. Then there's going to be a lighter, because I'm looking at that. Let's get him the light on this side. So this is going to be a light side, so this hole needs to be lighter. But then he has a head down, so this would be lighter, this area right here, and this could all go into shadow. It's actually not a bad idea to put him in the shadow a little bit, but then I'm afraid that everybody's going to be in the shadow. See, I hate that neck. It's just such a knot. With this position, it just doesn't work well. So let's give him some kind of a hoodie as well. I just don't like the position for neck like this specifically. This is just not really a kind of a pleasant thing to do. Let me hit this with the shadow right here. It's another thing that I did not include it, and I should have. Yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah, way better. Okay, so we will have this. I have that. Okay, well, not bad. I was worried for the position, but right now it seems it's going to work. It seems it's going to work. let me have fun a little bit. And I know that this is just from a Bob Ross yeah, that might actually work. These shadows are too strong. I'm just right now, yeah, what I'm doing right now, it's actually, you can see that I'm thinking about edges. Thinking about edges a little bit more. Let me just get, and also bringing a little bit more like the randomness to it. And still, you can see that I'm trying to push this, as always, you know, the diagonal. Soften these a little bit. I think we're getting there. I'm just worried that it might be a little too much. When it comes to like busyness everywhere, so, but it's okay because it's just a, you know, it's Bad Painting Friday, so it doesn't really concern, I'm not concerned with this, it's just an experiment. It's just when I'm looking at from a point of view of, could I push this little dark, let me see if I push this little darker, the background behind him, because I think that, again, that's what it's needed. There's going to be another person there. Maybe I could do the same thing and just push this as another person, but he shouldn't be the yellow. There could be another person there. Not sure necessarily if this is. The other thing that I didn't do actually, when I'm looking at it right now, I should have taken a picture of all of the. You know, because right now I don't have the middle panel, and it doesn't look right to me, because I'm not sure how he relates to how his size, how it relates to a painting. Let me go get a little bit more tea, and I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Be right back. Okay, I'm back as well. I forgot that I didn't switch to a to a. I thought that I thought truly I thought that I just left. But I switched between the scenes in OBS. So I'm so glad that you actually wrote something, because I would be talking again into nothing, into a void. So we can pretend that it didn't happen. Okay, we just pretend that it didn't happen. And I was, luckily nothing really happened. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to find, I was actually trying to, I'm trying to find if I have a picture um, of my painting. And I don't seem to be able to find it here. I don't think I have a recent picture of that. Let me, just a second. I'm just gonna, let me do this. You're not gonna see me for a second, only because I want to check if if I did a, in my photos. Maybe I took a picture. Not recent, but okay. I think this might work. This might work. So okay, let me put it back. Let me put it back on. Because what I want to do, I want to place that existing panel next to it, same way that that I did. Okay, I don't know if this is it's not working right now. Boom. Okay, all right. All right, and it's getting dark, but since I'm working digital, I might stick around for a while. So this is the latest that I have, but it's not the best, but let's work with what we have. So I think I could make it a little bigger. Where do I have that? You want to use a lamp? I know that feeling. Is this probably the size? I think this might be the size. I think I'm somewhere in the right area, plus minus. Okay, and then let me connect this. What is that tool? What was the tool? Do you know by any chance the name of the tool that you use when you want to make an adjustment, but when you want to, it's not the perspective tool. I don't think that it's called perspective tool. I think it's maybe it's perspective. Let me try that. just want to. What? Do I have to have this layer rasterized if I want to? I'm sorry, I'm trying to set up a, or should it be a smart object? This is something that I am not sure about. Oops, no, that was not the correct one. The tool that I'm looking for is a, doesn't really matter, it's okay, I can figure something out. See, this is what happened when I don't use a Photoshop for anything else, just for painting. All right, I'm not going to waste my time when trying to figure this out. If it's not absolutely necessary, I think I can work without that. Let me just move this up as my, so I can maybe lay over. Oh, I know why. Okay, all right. So now I know why I had it this way. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. Problem is that it's a lot of reflection, and I took a picture in the darkness, and it's not really an ideal scenario here. And it's old. I can tell that it's very old one because it's still. It doesn't really matter. It's what I care about right now is that part with. That part that they are attaching, so we can blend them together. Let me hit the brush, and let's maybe join them this way. Yep. And then here, right like this. Cool. And then I could actually work with the, oh, maybe I could push the icon here on this side. Well, that would be cool. Yep. And then the light area goes right here into this, like so. So what I'm trying to do right now is to, like I said, connect them together, right? So they look like a one painting. Let's see if that's going to. I can get rid of this. Okay, and let me quickly join them here. Okay, maybe a little bit of this. Okay, so yeah, So I have this and that, and let me see right now. Actually, this is a pretty cool exercise here. Yeah, they look like they're going the same direction, right? Like from a distance, it looks like it's probably way too far away for you to if you're watching it on the phone, it might be okay. All right, so we have this. Nice, cool. So, see, this is what I was afraid. Check this out. I have this guy, and I'm doing the same portrait. This is happening to me actually more often than I would like to. So we have to figure it out different portrait, but that's okay. Not that big of a deal. We need this portrait, and we need to figure it out this figure and this figure in order to move forward with this. That's something that's going to bother me right now the most. Before the portrait. Right now, the portrait is just a placeholder, and here's a good example. Why not to spend that much time to doing a portrait? Because, you know, I'm going to start referring back to that. Oh, check this out. There's a still old hand right here. So I have a I have an artifact there that once it used to be there. So let me think about this when it comes to shape. So we are nicely moving. Let me maybe push this a little bit more. The idea of these figures being here in the background, somewhere here. Then we are going this with kind of a movement of not necessarily wind, but something, and then it's going here. And in my original idea, they were oops, this guy's helping to holding it from this side, from the top. So he's holding it from the bottom, this guy, and he was kind of like holding it in the corner. I think that was the original. That was the original thought, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to the, and they were kind of close to each other. So let's maybe push them together to make them as a one continuous shape, and then we'll kind of help this guy to you know, so they don't look the same that much. So that will be something that I should probably focus on right now, to make sure that I have it the way that I want to in terms of composition. I just don't know what kind of should I go with the original idea to have them connected, or well, let's try both. I don't think that will be a problem to try both. Let me see then. Do I have that? Another thing that I'm missing is to actually having a, well, maybe they could all hold it from the bottom. I'm gonna do something crazy, but okay, let's do this. What if I do this? What if I do this? What if I take icon and maybe make it bigger? As a shape. And instead of holding it from the top, Can I move his head? Would that be a... Let me see. Okay, I need to do one thing. I need to find a way how to... Okay, let's do this. Okay, not this way. I'm going to place a... I'm going to put a rectangle around here. So I'll have a better understanding. No, I don't want this. So I would have a better understanding of when I get rid of this. And then go here. I need that rectangle to be even bigger. The thickness, I mean. So it's going to be, that's a 50. Okay. If that would be good as a composition. But then I'm afraid that I would be actually pushing that head the same way that I did there on the other side, right? That the head or part of the head is being covered by that icon. So that would be kind of the same thing. So what if I okay, let's look at this. What if I can I move the head right here? Can I move his head right here? Is it going to change a composition that much? What do you think? Is it going to change the composition that much? Is this going to be a problem? Doesn't seem to be a problem. I think this is going to work. And then he could be holding it. But then I have like a, I look at this, it's just the same thing. like you remember yesterday I was showing you those, or 2 days ago I was showing you those chestnuts that we painted. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, maybe let's explore this. Perhaps it might work. It might be possible. But only problem that I have is that um, when we think about this as a that they should be on the same plane right here. So this front should be on the same. So his leg should go even lower here, perhaps. But this one, it's trailing too much in the back, so it will go lower here. So the back ones would be on the same rank. But right now they look that they're doing the same gesture, right? You know what I mean? I guess you do. And if you were here, you would tell me that immediately because it's so obvious. Oh. Right now they look like they're marching, not that they're walking. That's what I'm trying to say. Finally, I found that's the problem, that I don't want these figures to look like they're marching. I want them to be like a random people walking. So I have to find a way how to connect these. And I think that a moment that I figured out this, not figured out, I mean, I'm closer to understanding what to do here. Another big problem, or next big problem, is the fact that this right here is a very important part that is going to connect it together. And if it doesn't work right, it's going to fall apart. You know, remember like the same thing that I had with the figure on this side, right? So it's not fighting with this portrait right here. So that's why you know, coming back to that important question that you asked hour or 2 hours ago, is that, you know, like, which one do you think it's which one do I think it's more challenging for me to compose? From the beginning, from the first, you know, first brush, the digital brush stroke, I was not thinking about this as a separate unit. I was thinking about how these things relate to each other through the overall composition. If you remember, I was thinking about the whole painting, right, without these cutouts, and the fact that I want like the group being here, and this is kind of a main, like when you think about it. Well, this might be the wrong example, so let's maybe just do this. So this would be, when you think about it, this would be like the abstract shape. Like if we were to think about if we were to think about this painting purely abstractly, this is the shape that I'm working with in my head, right? Well, of course, it's a little more like, maybe like so. And then maybe add a little bit more here. And then I have this guy right here that is just kind of going out. This part right here, that's a cross. And he should be connected here a little bit more, right? So this is like this is like an abstract idea about, you know, and then of course I need to add a little bit more here, so it kind of has a nice look a little more developed. So this is where I am right now, what I'm thinking about. Right, so this would be like a general idea of the movement, and then we're pushing it with this gesture, right? So it's so it kind of like it goes like this, hopefully, at the end. So this is what we have to figure it out. And if I push them, you know, this is the main diagonal here on the painting, and if I do this here, it's kind of, it feels to me like a stopping point. For some reason, it doesn't flow as well as I would like to. Right? I would like them to flow this way and connect here, or rather this way, like so. So even though he's protruding here, I don't really care about that much, because I can push the idea through that, you know, what I was talking about, the saturation, to push it this way. So that will be that main diagonal. That will go right here, and then that would be the outside edge, the bottom edge, and from the top I have a silhouette, which is the nice kind of a progression, you know, and the randomness of these shapes and heads, and it flows this way and it connects through here to this guy, right? So that will be kind of a that unity and variety. So I want the bottom one a little bit more abstract in terms of a saturation, rather than just pure value. And then the top one, I'm thinking more about the value, and it's a little bit more it feels a little bit more like a cutout. So I'm trying to disconnect it from the background by playing dark and light, and the bottom one, it's saturated, desaturated, right? So their clothes on the bottom is desaturated and very soft, and it's kind of blend together with the background. But I'm thinking about now and then I'll just bring the saturation, so that's going to be like that that visual. That's going to be that visual progression. I like how you try to simplify the composition to try and fix it. Well, well, thank you. But this is the difficult part when it comes to composition. To stop thinking literally, because you're just not going to move forward. You're simply not going to move forward. And more of these sketches you have, not only on the paper, but in your head, it's easier to move things around. Way easier for me. And not even easier, I am, this is something that happened to me. I was, and I think that English language is responsible for this. I was analyzing it, and maybe we talked about this in the previous streams, or maybe I was just talking to myself. Maybe I was daydreaming. I don't know. So I can't really vouch for this when it comes to composition. Or I was talking to someone else. Who knows? But basically, I use English language as my primary language right now, because it's way simpler than my mother tongue. That's why I use English as a primary language in my head. My brain analyzed, or not even my brain, my brain analyzed it in order to, it's like when you think about computers and processors, right? Or CPU and GPU, my computer understood that, my head understood, my brain understood. I can't even say that right now. So I don't need to use that much RAM to run English language as a primary software in my head. It's way easier for me to use English, because in order to run full, ray tracing and everything in Slovakian, it takes way much more power, it takes way much more focus into describing things. So that's why English is it's my primary language in my head. If there would be a simpler language that I can speak, I would probably run that one. Plus, I use English every day, so it helps as well. But when I compare Slovakian language, my mother tongue, my native language, to English, it's just our book of exceptions in grammar is probably as thick, as complicated as a whole grammar in English. The way that I think about it, so many things that you have to take into consideration to construct the sentence and it's like Slavic languages, right? That have the same problem. Thanks to these guys, by the way, it's crazy how things kind of. I should be a master of hoax and conspiracies, because things are kind of connecting to each other in like all kinds of weird ways. So, but what I'm trying to say is that it's the same thing with the composition. I think in these, I'm here most of the day because this is too complicated to adjust and move. So, and I think another part of this is chess. When I think about chess, it's more about when I'm looking at the chessboard, it's not about this piece is right here and there is another piece here, there is a piece here and here. When you think about the chessboard, I'm looking at how are they connected and they're creating nice shape. And if they're not creating nice shape, I know that my figures and they're not in the right positions, and they don't talk to each other as they're supposed to. It almost feels like a survival mechanism for a brain to and it's not even a survival. I believe that every one of us has this. When I was talking about the straight line, right? Our brain is just going to create straight lines only like from point A to point B. And I talked about this all the time. I'm going to go from point A to point B with a straight line because it's way easier for my brain to think that way. So instead for a brain to investigating all the things that are happening here on the straight line, it's just going to jump right here. So it's almost like incredibly advanced compressing software like WinZip or WinRAR or whatever the one that you use that you prefer. All right, so the brain is trying to, or when you think about JPEGs, right? So pixels. So instead of remembering like a raw file, every pixel next to each other, right? So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blues. So it's like blue 6 times, right? That's how I picture how JPEGs and the compression programs works. And instead of remembering everything, they're just putting it into these smaller, like a brackets, and then you can unpack that if you need to its original stage. So in my brain, I'm trying to dissolve. Dissolve is not the word. I'm trying to simplify everything that I'm looking at to very simple shapes, not because I want to, but because it's easier for me to move them around. At this point, I wouldn't have done that, so it's something I need to work on. Well, and again, you remember I talked about, and you it's not that I'm talking about that, it doesn't make it true when I talk about these things, but you know that you know very well how steep learning curve oil paints have. This, you know, like oil paints have, oil painting has an extremely steep learning curve that you really have to, like, there's so many things that you have to take into consideration, and it's like it takes so much time because you can sometimes you not sometimes you yeah, sometimes you cannot speed up that process because you have to wait years by the time you get fully dried, and these pigments, like when we talk about the cookings, like how they introduce each other, all these flavors and reflections, and also the idea that the light goes through the pigments, hit the canvas, reflect back, and different, some photons go through completely, some stops on the first layer, some on the 5th, 20th, whatever. That just, it's just we're talking about really physics and chemistry right now here. But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, then the yellowness and the dryness and, you know, all these kind of things are happening there with seeing it. So you can't really speed up the process. You have to test it, and you have to leave it under different conditions, and so on and so forth. So the same thing goes with simplifying a compositions. In my case, it went that way. Like I said, I started with, the first was writing it down, because I trained, you know, alphabet from you know, what's 4 or 5 years. When do we start learn first letters, right? Or numbers at least, right? So that's when you start, and you practice it every day. You remember, I'm pretty sure that you remember from when you were small, when you were 6 years old. We start school at 6 in my country, and I remember we had these lines, and we were practicing writing just a letter A for hours, and you just, you know, and you do the cursive, and I remember we were practicing it to the point that I hated it so much. And the funny thing is that I was sick when we were doing letter Z, and I still cannot write it properly. I just skipped the letter Z. So the cursive letter Z, it's really difficult for me to write. I have to really focus on that, and I can't write it very quickly. So it's kind of a really fun thing to think about right now when I'm thinking back to these. I have a question right now. Did I painted all this on the same layer than the pictures are? Just a side note. I am going to glance right here into the corner of my and if I did it, it might as well be end of the stream today. No, I didn't. Okay, all right, we're back. And for a second, I felt like, okay, there's going to be a lot of Control Z's here. So going back to this, moving from describing everything in your head with letters to pictures, and then from pictures to simplified pictures, it's also long, or it's also steep learning curve. That's what I'm trying to say. For me, at least, it was. And maybe some people, it's quicker. By the way, for those of you are chess fans, Gukesh, it's the youngest world chess champion ever. So congrats to that guy. And I'm really sorry for Dingley Ran, who lost with a blunder. I mean, these guys are 2,700 ELO points, and I'm not saying that I would do that. I'm not saying that I wouldn't do that mistake, but it's, you know, it's I'm below 2000, so it's understandable. So I'm really sorry for that. I wanted to see more chess games, but you know, simultaneously I'm very happy for Gukesh. Anyway, that's just a sidetrack. No one. This is probably a weird combination of things that I like. That I went from Colin McRae, the WRC a race driver, to to English language and simplification, all the way to Gukesh and him being the youngest chess world champion. So let's get back to these simplifications. Ta-da! Okay, cool. So this is the current problem that is in front of us, and for those of you who are mathematically savvy, this is the equation that I have to balance. And like I said, we're balancing these equations, or you know, solving these equations by simplifying them as much as we can, because then it's easier for us to think that way. So the moment when you stop thinking about heads and faces and whatever is happening there as a if you stop thinking about it as a concrete, specific, literal things, it's easier for you to move. And I'm feeling disconnected because I'm not invested emotionally in that portrait, let's say, because I haven't spent that much time on making it. Like this one, that's what I'm talking about, right? So it's not really, if I need to right now to change it, resize it, reshape it, I'll just do it. But it's not, you know, I wouldn't be, I mean, it would be like, when you think about it, this would be way more difficult to move. But I did it. You saw me doing it multiple times, right? I remember, like, these are old hands. Ooh, this is the old hand. Remember the whole the whole craziness with, let me just, my camera is just going to die probably. Remember the whole craziness with that hand and moving it up right here. It's just, it took me forever to figure that out, because I was thinking, I was not thinking abstractly, I was thinking literally about the arm. And another thing is that as abstract shape, it worked. But then when I put the perspective into it, as you can see here, it's just not working. Well, it kind of works. It works on this side. It doesn't work on the outside. And I was correcting the inside because I just didn't want it to move those fingers, and that's because I got attached to them, right? So, but then I had to. And that's how the story goes, or ends about fingers. So yeah, so when I think about them marching like robots, it doesn't really. I don't like that idea, because they look like army then, and when you look from a distance, really? It was muted, you're right. No, it's on my side. I think it's because is this going to work if I, because I think that my battery is low. So I don't think it's, I'm wondering if this is going to work if I connect it to a, is it working? I hope it is. Yeah, it is working. Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, this is, this is me, just the bed painting Friday. How long do you think it wasn't working? I hope half an hour. So, so this is perfect me. I'm explaining this, and you know what? Maybe it's better because I was explaining something that I don't think that anybody ever need to know or see or understand or need to know. Perhaps that's how I feel about that. So, but thank you for, I think, 15 minutes or so. Nice. So could you please tell me what was the last thing that you remember me saying? There is, trust me, there is never anything wrong on your side. There is, I have to, there was a, what is the, I think I saw once very, it was very old video, not even an old video, it was a, I think we were laughing at it in the school when I was in LA, when I used to study at the academy there. And there was a guy, if I'm not mistaken, and this might be, I don't know, doesn't really matter. I think it was there. And there was a guy, there is a video somewhere online. Oh wow, so all this that I was explaining, it's muted. Okay. Well, that's going to be awesome because like I said, it probably was not important at all. So today I forgot to turn on my camera back and my battery died because I didn't in my wireless microphone, and also well, I'm wondering what's going to happen next. Anyway, I was talking about that guy. Bed painting Friday, yes, of course. Like today, camera is working. Surprisingly, I don't know what happened. So camera is working. So, other things has to go wrong. And since, I have nothing to break because I'm sitting, and keyboard is working as well today. So something had to, it can't be just me sitting down, having everything perfectly organized. This is telling you how bad I am when it comes to streaming. I mean, you can't script this. This is just whatever. Anyway, let's talk about that video that I was trying to I have to find it. I hope that it's in like a deep in like the bottom layers of YouTube where like an old bottom layer, like very old YouTube, 2000 probably, like beginning of 2000s. One of the first videos, I think it might be, or it was done the way that it looked like it was like one of the first videos on YouTube ever. And there was a guy, and the only thing that I remember is that everything that could go wrong with his setup, and he was painting. And I think it was a sketch because it looked like a sketch. But he ended up, he was so cool. He ended up actually, he was doing these videos, and I think that one of the videos was he was painting while running on the treadmill. It was so funny. I think that I have to find it somewhere, or maybe, you know, since I'm talking about it, you can guys all Google it and give him a like, I guess. Because yes, it was really stupid, and I remember someone was playing it in the school, and I was looking at that, and that's when I got introduced to Bob Ross, by the way, because we were just laughing at the random people online from back in the days that they used to do. And I think that it was just a joke, it was a sketch, but it was so funny. He was putting his brushes into pockets. He was like this. He had like a little rope, like a doctor's like doctors wear, but it was dark, and he was putting brushes into his pockets, and then when he needed them, he just put them out and, you know, start and continue painting, and it was just dropping on the floor. It was just making mess everywhere. So that's how I feel right now. That just everything that I'm doing, it's causing, like, everything that I did caused more problems that solve. So that's where I'm at. So anyway, since no one heard that what I was talking about here, most likely it wasn't that important. You found it 18 years ago. Okay, that's what I thought. I really thought that it had that quality of yeah, it has a quality of just someone was recording it on the first camera phone that was out there. It's just, or the big camcorder, you know. It's just, and then, you know, you were trying to what have I done here? And then someone were trying to switch it to a digital from analog. It's pretty funny. Is it a sketch, or is it like real that person is really trying to paint something? I think it was a sketch, but it was really funny. I enjoyed it a lot. So I wanted to share this. So these are my first endeavors when it comes to this is how I feel. If I'm not mistaken, it might have been Karl Dobsky who introduced this video. He's that kind of person that he would know him personally, I guess, even. Yeah, definitely watch it. It's gonna be fun. It's cool. It's cool. So anyway, let me just continue with this, since the lecture about the composition, the quick lecture about the composition didn't record itself, so it probably wasn't important. That's what I'm gonna assume. So I could push this. That means that maybe this could be like a softer transition there, and that will give me like a soft edge, so it kind of it recedes into a background, and then. But how is he going to hold this? I don't want this hand being the same than this one, and then again this one. You see, like there's just too many of these similar ones. Well, maybe he could hold it from the top, but that's just kind of like he's not going to be able to hold it this way. And then I have a top holding here and the top holding here. Well, maybe it's not going to be that bad. So maybe let's just put it here. But then that's what's going to happen with his other. It's going to be flowing down like this. The other hand, that's other arm. I'm sorry. Then this and this is the same. Then with this, I'm creating like the weird position right here. Wow. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get rid of. Let's turn that triangle, rectangle. I'm sorry, that I have here, and let's continue working on on this as a separate painting and figure it out, and then because I have a connection, so it could be here. This is a little too much. So his shoulders are going. This looks like a front one, and this looks like a back one, and I need to be this a little bit more this way. So I have to push this one a little bit more back, and this is going to be smaller, shorter here. Okay. Like so. And this is why it's easier to work with shapes, because I just changed the arm because I could. And I'm thinking maybe I could. I'm thinking about that. Whether or not, I don't remember if I have a. Whether or not I have a. Again, some idea about draperies and how should I drape. The same problem that I had yesterday. Most likely I don't. Most likely I don't. Let me get into a. Okay, this might work. I need this brush a little bigger. Okay, cool. And more like this. I want to do a little bit more of a like a okay, awesome, that's cool, and the only reason why I'm continuing with the stream is because, you know, it's just, it's a digital, so I can keep working on this. I'm going to work a little bit on that, like a like more details when it comes to like maybe work a little bit on that. How would you call that? The ground plate, the grass. Just maybe to create a little better shape there, because I'm not happy with the shape, and I'm going to try to adjust it with a well, a little bit more like a, not necessarily detail, I wouldn't call it detail, but something that would break that sameness, or I want a little bit of, and I don't want to just use like random texture brushes. I just want to actually, because I won't be able to use them. All right, so awesome. I'm gonna keep going then. But if you have some other work, and like maybe other plans. It's Friday after all. You're more than welcome to definitely sign off, and this is I'm just going to continue. This is not the regular painting. This is just something that I do for fun. So it's not really, you're not going to miss that much if you want to continue alongside with this. So, and still, even with this grass, I'm trying to do I'm trying to push that diagonal, or make it at least a little bit more. Like I'm trying to do something here, but I don't want to put a lot of stuff right here, because that's going to be, this is the busy area, this is the focal point, so I don't want to push that. You're an artist. I'm going to read that comment. I'm an artist. I don't have any plans. I do on Sunday, but that's all clear for today. There is another form of art, so I'm still painting alongside. Okay, awesome. We talked about that. That you're cooking. You're cooking. That's awesome. So I'm gonna just play with some of these shapes right here, and see what's working and what's not, because I want to, like I said, I want to connect it through the whole painting. And I think that we have atmospheric perspective, we have edges, we have saturations, we have paint application, and so on and so forth. And also I could use, I want to exhaust everything that I have to that it's there to make the connections. And since I was talking about that kind of a tall grass, I have to give him some tall grass around him. But you can see how everything is the same. I'm doing the same thing. So this is very difficult for me to think about this that way. Because with brush, I would be just like randomly kind of throwing them around. Like so. Maybe I could do that. Just thinking about those textures, and it's dark here. It's just my head. oops, maybe smaller brush, because I want that separation a little bit. But I have to soften it here, soft edge, because I don't want that such a harsh transition here. And maybe push him a little bit more into that grass as well, because he's supposed to be in that as well. And then this needs to go right here, a little more saturated behind them, because there's no one behind them, so there will be no shadow or nothing that would obstruct them from seeing the grass. So maybe it could be like a something there as well, like a little bit more saturation. Maybe I could grab this and just really saturate it, bring the silhouettes a little bit more out. This a little wider. Okay, and what if I just, this is going to be crazy, but could work. Larger brush. Just a little bit. No. I'm just going to make it. See how difficult it is for me to create like this kind of a like here, that kind of a texture. It works way better. I'm way more confident with the actual brush and than with digital brush, but you think that I'm starting to nail it? You think so? I don't know. It's just I'm just playing around with it, and that's why you want to be as long as possible in this stage, because it's something that is just such a helpful stage. And then perhaps, I mean, this is going to be crazy since this is a Bad Painting Friday. Like, I feel like I want to. Okay, let me show you. I want to go just like this. Like, there's something that is like so here, like some kind of. You see, like I want to push with the color that narrative that we have there. maybe, you know, put a little bit here, right? So there's a connection between this, and I'm looking for the randomness. But when you look at it, it's just I'm just going to change the color. It's one, two, three, four, and you see how these are equally separate. You know, it's just that's not what nature would do. That's definitely not what nature would do. So I have to be careful with these, and these are happening because we are. Again, I'm practicing these lines, and I'm just so, you know, I practice them so much, you know, to make them equidistant, and then there was another exercise to putting them in between equally, right? And then so on and so forth, to the point that you just can't get rid of this, and you just, oops, and you're just doing the same thing over and over again. But we are getting there slowly. So maybe if I put, okay, this is it's gonna be, okay, this actually, so what if I right now, let me just turn this off for a second. How does it look? Okay, so I need to bring more attention here. This is where I have to push it a little bit more, because that's the focal point of the composition. This, and then I mean this right here. That's where I want to be. So maybe I could make this right here lighter. This needs to go darker. That was just too much of this. And right now, let's push this guy out. This guy needs to stand out, and we need to push him forward. So let's focus on him a little bit more again. Let's focus on him a little bit, but I don't know what to. What could I do? And if I, no, I can't give him a staff. I was thinking about giving him a pole, so he's also using a tool. What if I maybe a rope or something? Yeah, I'm just I'm not sure what would be the. Oh, and what if I do this? Like, would it be okay? All right, all right, all right. All right. It's just a quick idea. Let me see if that will work. So, a smaller brush. Okay, no. Could I do this to push it that he's holding the staff, but this way, or pole, or whatever? Can I do that? I think I can. I think I think I can. I think it's gonna be. I have no idea what to. You already got a pole, staff, a book, but I'm bad with the history, so I don't know what tools they had. Well, actually, as the story goes, or story, I'm gonna call it story because I wasn't there, so I don't know. But on the way, they brought a sacred object. To legitimize the fact that they are traveling there. Because one of my compositions were like two guys. Actually, they were going to a different direction, and there were a group of people, and they were carrying it like on the shoulders, and there was like a thing on the top. That was one of ideas, which I still can, I can still employ it right. I can still put it right here behind him, but I think it would be too much. And then because there is no end to it, I would put a. I was also thinking about to break this down, so there would be an animal there, right? So there would be like a donkey or something. But then I don't know, because that I like that. These are all people. These are all people, so they probably brought something with them. When it comes to animals, maybe I don't know. But then I was thinking that it was 863, I believe, and you would have to be really rich to own an animal, farm animal. I mean, I don't think that they had that much money. But that's just, I don't know. I was just, it's just an idea that popped into my head. Which I can't support it by any. I think that it's possible. I think they might have, but the animal was something that I was thinking about to include as a part of one of these shapes. So I know there's in terms of that someone would ride the animal, but when you think about it from like a historic perspective, or travelers, or people, they used to use donkeys as for cargo. So you were walking next to them, because riding on the donkey, I don't know if you've ever done that, but that's not very comfortable ride. Trust me. So to the point that you would rather walk than ride on the donkey, because donkeys are very strong, super strong, considered to their size. So they were kind of like a very small SUVs back in the days, and they were way cheaper than horses or cows. But then again, donkey as a farm animal, I don't think we don't. I don't even know that if donkeys were here, were native to this area. I don't think they are. But since they are from Constantinople, they could actually carry the animal here, which would make sense. So there are some. I have some ideas. I have something to play with, I'm keeping some there's a few tricks under my sleeve, so to speak. So let's see. But it would be, magic. Yes, it's a magic. Um, but it would introduce, or not introduce. For me, since, you know, I was talking about draperies and how difficult the draperies for me are, animals are probably even worse. That's something that it is so, I can't really, I have remembered that it's not only for me, it's just when I try to draw a horse, it looks like a dog, and you know, but it would nicely change the composition. But what I was thinking about when we think about donkeys or animals, I thought that it would be better if it's here, somewhere here from this side. So another idea that I had was, as we have that guy that it's right here with the icon on the top, I was thinking that you know, I needed that shape that goes out there. I actually thought that there could be a head of an animal behind him. So that was, but then I felt like it's pointing towards that direction and it's going to be looking there. It didn't sit well with me, you know, with my head, but we still can try to do that as an exercise. So, you know, it's not like it would be that difficult. So I don't know. Not sure. But it's still in the back of my head as a possibility. The other thing why I didn't, and the reason why I think about the head this way, because if not, there will be just the backside of a donkey right here, and that's, I don't know. I don't want to, you know, it's not really. Theoretically, that was too much for me. Again, visually, I could have, like, he would be like here and the head is sticking this way, so that's possibility. But then I have from painting, I have cut out on this side and I have cut out on this side. That's just, you know, like compositionally, and like that formal division of like compositionally, like when I think about like about formal division of a composition, it just didn't sit well. Same way. And then there was a last option that I had in my head, and that's just make him like it's going this way, but he has his head turned like this, right? Super complicated, but that would be the coolest. But pull this off, like this is like you know, like a, no way. Plus it would be way lower, right? So this would be the head of it when we think about donkey, right? But that would be exactly what I need, because I could turn that curve with the head, and with the shape of a head, right? So it almost seemed like the donkey is just also changing a direction, more like it's going this way and then they turn and they're going here. So there was a couple ideas that I had still in mind when it comes to animals. So and because of the complication of making it fit and believable, it's another issue when it comes to, when you think about a perspective, right? It's easier for me to think about perspective right now that it goes this way, because I think about people as the same size. The moment that you introduce a donkey in the background, it's just going to be too small and it's going to look weird. And this is, again, it's more from my own experience than anything else when it comes to these experiments. So I'm not sure. And then it's another part of this is to keep it as a um, to keep this in kind of um, coherent in terms of these are all people or humans, right? Um, but definitely, a donkey was a or ox, I guess. What's the difference between donkey and ox? I don't know. Well, it cannot be emu, for sure, but this could work. It's actually one of my sketches. I was playing with that. Unfortunately, only I could tell that that's a donkey. You wouldn't be able to. I mean, maybe that's another bad painting Friday. So I'm gonna paint a donkey. Um, that actually can be kind of cool. Painting a donkey. Let me go get a little bit more tea because this one is cold again. And I'm going to be continuing with this, but I'm not sure. Not sure how to. That would be an interesting day, right? I think that would be that not only interesting. I think it would be. I think it would be. How would I put this? That would be entertaining day for sure. Me trying to paint donkey. Like I said, I have very limited experience with drawing animals. A couple times I draw them from life. Once we draw a horse from life, so it was amazing experience, but it was so bad. It was so bad. I don't think I would rather not. If there is an option not to paint animals. I don't know. Let me go get that tea. I had to pay the cat for a Secret Santa art trade thing. Let's say it was challenging. Yes, I can tell. I mean, cats are so difficult, and people are expecting cool cats, nice and snuggly. No, no, I can't. If there is something that I wouldn't even. I don't know. That would be from imagination, no way that I would be able to draw a cat. That I would have to actually take a picture and then actually copy it one to one. Which, as you know, for me, it's not that it's wrong. It's boring. I am not. There are too many too many. It's too. It is too. It's like when you put yourself, into like it. There is no space for creativity there when it comes to gestures and movements and positions and so on and so forth. So that's why that's what. Like I said, I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just if I don't have that, creative input, and if I cannot move with the shapes and with the brush the way that I want to and comfortably, I'm starting to lose interest, and I don't know. I should probably. This is something that I should start thinking about. To sketching animals, go on a farm, and I have a bunch of friends with farms, so they have farm animals. So maybe this would be something to think about. Maybe I could do some, not only landscapes, but maybe I could do some bed painting outdoor. farm animals edition. That sounds like the worst bed painting that I can possibly imagine. I don't even know. What, let's do that. Let's do this during the summer. I'm just going to take all my equipment outside, set it up, be angry the whole way because it's outside, and then I'm gonna be, yeah, let's do that. I'm definitely going to do that. I got tired of copying, hence my, hence me pushing out of my comfort zone. Yes, yes, you're right. But you know, copying, it's not necessarily like copying. It's very important exercise, and like I said, there is a plenty of examples, but I can show you later on, maybe if you're interested in with the copies. Either, well, you saw me do master copy, so there's not about copying like one-to-one from sculptures or different things. Actually, my first cast drawing, like the proper cast drawing, it's the head of a horse, because I like animals, but it's just with that horse I was so annoyed because I couldn't get the shape right. It didn't. Yeah. So I'm not necessarily. Um, um, it's not necessarily the best. Um, I mean, it would fit, but I have. You know what? Let's put an animal there. I'm talking about it. It should be there. I was thinking about that. I mean, really, to break that, you know, and plus, you know, since I, uh, 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 you know, climbed to a highest tree for no reason, cut the branch underneath my feet, fell down, hit my head, dug my own grave, put the nail in the coffin. I'm pretty sure that I can put some animal in between somewhere, you know. So, um, yeah, yeah. Or let's pretend that this is a donkey in the in the background. Problem solved. I don't know. Yeah, why not? Why not? Um, it's like I said. It's the really that will be the what's that expression? Last straw on the camel's back, or last straw on the donkey's back. That would be that's how I feel about it. The only that when I think about it, another thing is that if I put a donkey there, I'm afraid that these are going to look uh, uh, like it's from Middle East. You know what I mean? It's more like that. Um, uh, like it's not Cyril and the Methodius, but it's more like Old Testament, like more like a Moses. That's how you say it in English. Because even when I'm looking at his face right now, it kind of, and the dress and you know it kind of feels more it fits more to that kind of a environment and feel, and I would have to be really careful with, you know, with making sure that these are more monks than anything else. And since I don't know if they wear monks clothes, which I doubt, but you know what I mean. So something to think about. I'm gonna grab a tea. So give me a second. I'll be right back. if I hope the microphone is working. Okay, all right, microphone is working. This is amazing that I invested in Bluetooth wireless microphone, and I forgot that if you have Bluetooth wireless microphone, you have to actually charge it. And if you don't charge it, it's not wireless anymore. I can't see. Oh, I don't know. It might be this is going to be either too strong of a tea or too light. I can't see how much. I can't see how much I'm putting. All right, let's. Let's see. So I was, like I said, I was thinking about. First of all, maybe I could put a pole into his hand. I think that kind of that will kind of help even that composition and that bad tea Friday. That's awesome. Maybe, yeah. That's definitely, but do I have it rotated incorrectly? Yeah, of course I did. So what about that? What about that? What about that pole? I think that I can still use it. I think it could work. Because when you think about it, strictly from point of view of like compositionally, right? So I have a pole that is going this direction, and then the one that is going this direction, which kind of nicely, it works for me this way. It wouldn't be, and it would also show the direction a little bit more. So I think that I might try that. And then what if this guy is holding, I'm just thinking out loud right now because, you know, what if this guy is holding this here from side, not from the top? Like so. So it's one hand is down, one hand is on the side, and they are, you know, they have it both on the shoulder. And he could have a cap, and he doesn't have a cap. Yeah. So I would have a, okay, that could work. So I have cap, 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 perhaps. Okay. I'm trying to, you know, spread these because I want to still. This needs to be the number one, definitely. So let me look in this. Let me look into this guy a little bit more. So if I okay, so I could actually. So let's work with his head a little bit. Well, he could wear a hoodie, by the way. I have a hoodie guy. Yeah, he could wear a hoodie. I think this. Okay, all right. So let's see. Can I? Let's see. Let's put the head first. So there's an eye right here. A little bit of shadow underneath the nose. A little bit of shadow underneath the nose. And since I want this direction of his head, like he's kind of a tilt a little bit. Ow. Oops. And maybe I could a little bit more this, right, as he go outside, well, not outside, as he moves his head, so there's a, it could be all the way here, okay, all right, this could go around and the back behind him. Cool. And then, okay, I think that I could do this. Let me see if that's possible. So, oops. So his leg could go first this way here. I'm thinking about, again, right now, about these problematic areas, you know, that, so this is going this way because it's like a kind of a wind, maybe gust of wind it's there, or maybe he's just like, you know, moved a little bit, and then he could have, I was thinking that this guy could have something, maybe not, we'll see, across, but he could hold this, oops, so the fingers are something like here, there's a face this way, perhaps there's going to be a shadow a little bit here underneath and underneath the chin. Maybe his head could be bigger. There's some kind of a party outside. I don't know if you can hear the music, but they're playing cool songs. I think that this would work. Right, this way, then a lighter version right here. But maybe too light. But then I can actually link it with this guy right here. Perfect. So it moves this way. The so it's not going that bad, considering that I don't do these compositions this much on like digital, but I think this is actually not that bad to do it this way. Too orange. The head was too orange. Since he's in the background, this is the number one. So more saturation there. So when you do that, it connects to other guy in a good way. Yeah, I think it's going to work. I think. I'm not sure. I might be wrong, but since this is a digital bed painting Friday, I don't really risk anything, and I need a more I'm sorry, but I need a, where is it? I need to put my things, there it is. Okay, so it was a bad cable management, but it's getting even worse, and I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. Okay, so where were we? I think that the difficult part, it's already behind us when it comes to, you know, like you see the flow is happening right now. I kind of know where I am at this point. So the difficult part of figuring it out, or the starting point, it's that's what you like about digital painting. It's endless. Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that I'm thinking about, I can just directly to send it to my tablet, and I can continue in a train on the way home. If I won't fall asleep as I usually do, because it's just you know, if you love to be in the studio, I'm here really whole day. And I'm enjoying it tremendously to be here. So that will be here, the eye, and I will move this. How late do I go back home? Do you really want to know my schedule in the studio? I come to studio at 7:50 in the morning, a.m., and I'm leaving at 10:30 p.m. That's when my train goes. So I have my ticket, like a week ticket, and it runs like with these two trains. It's a 7. It leaves my city at 7:20, I believe, and it get here at 8:45. I'm sorry, at 7:45 or 7:50 rather, and then it's like 2 or 3 minutes to get to my studio, and that's a.m. And then I go home. It's my train goes 10:30 p.m. So I still have a couple more hours to continue, but it's just, you know, I like it. It's something that I like to do, and there's, you know, nothing to do at home. So it's just I don't know what I would do at home. So it's kind of boring there, and if you think that, you know, it probably the worst combination is to be a messy person and a collector. Not messy in terms that, you know, like messy, but in terms of I don't care that much about, you know, how would I put this? Cleaning the dishes is not really my priority. So. You know that feeling? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you know, most of the people that are here during this stream. It seems like something that, you know, that I don't know. I know a lot of painters that they keep like everything clean and nice and organized, because they like that, like a control over things. But I'm not one of them. Well, definitely. So this could be all in the shadow right here underneath this, continuing here. So let's see if this is going to work this way. Yeah, I think it might. I think it might. So I'm looking at him from the side. From the side, there's a little bit of that gust of wind that goes there. That would be maybe I could push the shoulder a little closer, so this way. And I'm just want to make it a little darker. Right here, a little darker. So I can push lighter values here on the top of his arm. And this can go definitely lighter because it's preliminary. Okay. And it could actually go from here to this way, like so. Okay. So this could be in light as well. The arm. Okay. So I can go and do a little bit more of that detailing. So I have to read this. So if I get a guess, I panic and I try to clean everything. I prefer to use that energy for art. There is one of my favorite TV shows, extremely funny. I don't know if you're a fan of British comedy. It's called Black Books. It's one of the funniest thing I've ever seen when it comes to it has only I think 3 seasons. It's by a comedian from Ireland, and the premise is, or the thing is that he's a alcoholic. Well, he's Irish, so they don't consider this alcoholism. So he's drinking all the time, and he's the owner of a bookstore. It's so funny. It is so funny, and and because you said about cleaning, so there is I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's really funny. There's an episode when they also have a guest that are coming to the to the bookstore, and there is a mess everywhere. So he has a friend, and she comes and she told him, don't panic, they're females, they have a secret how to clean everything really quickly. So what she does, she takes like a cloth, pieces of like large cloths, I don't know, like a bath sheet, and she's putting it and and covering every mess that it's there, so everything is covered nicely and kind of a hidden. And it's like a really comedic moment there when she's explaining to him how to do it, and he then covers the dirty dishes and everything, so like the kitchen table, it's or a dining table is covered by this like a large cloth. Or drapery, right? And you can see like the messy tables and everything underneath. It's it's perfect. It's just, and he has. I think his family is there, so that's kind of a cool thing. I'm sorry, give me a second, but I have a phone call. sorry, I was I was on the phone and I couldn't ignore this phone call. Even though I'm on Do Not Disturb, there are certain phone numbers that they are privileged enough to break that. So so where was I? Black Books. I know. Hopefully you had a chance to check them out. It's awesome. I like it very, very much. It's something that I enjoyed, and I really, really, really think that it's incredibly funny. Incredibly funny. I think it's a sitcom. I think it's a situational comedy, I believe. So, yeah, I wanted to do a little bit more of that portrait, just to maybe locate it where a position for eyes. And I'm again thinking very simply about these things. I'm not going to do a full portrait. I just wanna map it and then compare it with this, right? I don't want it to have the same, but this same, and this same. And look at this, like this direction, this distance, and this distance is the same. This is crazy. This drives me nuts. Can you believe this? So there has to be an adjustment. And then I think that the shoulder is too big, too close. It should be right somewhere here. And you can see I do this the same thing with my with my paint, that with oil paint, that I have a brush that is loaded with the pigment from a portrait, right? And I just go directly into to adjust other things, because it's more important for me to continue with the flow of idea than just what I could do. Okay, all right. To continue with the flow of the idea than with the accuracy. So what I'm doing here is just, I want to create that, this is the direction, but since it's a fabric, it goes over his shoulder right here, so I can show the top plane. This is going to be a top plane, and it kind of curves here, but we cannot see it because it's right behind, right? So I have this, and this. Like so, and it's going back, and this is a shoulder right here. So this is in the, like a little cape kind of a thing. So that's what I'm going to do there, because so it's not just a one simple shape. They're still connected, but there's a little bit more of an interest there. So while I was on the phone call, I was thinking about how to move this. And can you see this and this? It's so annoying. I have to fix it somehow. Something has to go. So these are kind of you're going to add it to your favorite watch. You mean Black Books? If I ever watch something. Yeah. I've seen it. I was introduced to this sitcom when I was it's very old. I think I was definitely I wasn't adult, actually. I was still in it was high school, definitely. I was trying to think of what class I was in, but It was it was a long time ago. So, and you know, high school time is just watching the TV. That was all what I used to do. So, and what can be cooler than you being a cool guy who is watching a edgy a sitcom about a drunk bookstore owner? That doesn't like customers. So it's perfect. I think it's perfect. And maybe there could be like a grass right here behind him. So it's like flowing over the, well, there's a lot of things that I can play with here. So I think I'm on the right track right now when it comes to, so it can kind of disappear into the background the same way as right here with a transitions. So maybe it could go a little lower, and there's this guy from behind right here, and it goes this way, right? So it kind of encapsulate this here, like, so this is a group of people, and it's kind of disconnected. All right, and then maybe I could adjust this shape right here a little bit better. Oops, no, that's not where I want it to be. Perhaps okay, this is what I'm going to do. What I'm doing right now is just I'm trying to, you know, I didn't want it to do this right there, right here. So what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to, like, I'm thinking that like there is a shape. Oops. Let me do this. This is a footprint, one footprint, right? And maybe even more, maybe a little more even. I don't know. Maybe this is a footprint, and there would be a leg coming out of it, right? When you think about like very simple terms, this way, and then the other one would be a little smaller because it's going more like this. Oops. It's going more like this, up this direction, right? So these are these are the fingers right here. So his heel is in the air because he's kind of he's stepping like this. Oops, he's stepping like this. So he's not flat by stepping like this. So I'll he's more like in this kind of a position, but from a different angle, or this one rather. It's even better. So this is what I'm thinking about, that this shape kind of represents, right, when you think about that. And there is this shape right here that goes forward. So we kind of give him that a walking feel to it. The question is if this foot is right or left. You know what I mean? Like maybe it would be easier if I move this one right here, so you know. Because again, I'm thinking about these shapes. Like this is a flat shape for me right now. And when you think about strictly a flat shapes, you don't know which one is which, right? It could be this way. In terms of so this one is the back one and this one is front one, or it could be the other way around. And that's the beauty of silhouette, because you can't tell when you see a silhouette, you can't tell which what you're looking. Are you looking at the back of a person or front of a person? Because the silhouette is from both sides the same. So because because I'm painting into a into a layer again. So and I forgot to. No, this is something that actually it's another very important thing when you you know when it comes to is it still going to work as a yeah, I think it will. When it comes to thinking about shapes, right? Because what would be a good example? Like if I draw this, oops, maybe a little better. No. If I draw this shape, and I see only this shape, right? So think about this. What is this? Is this a what was it? It's not pentagon, it's a hexagon, right? It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, hexagon. I think it's a hexagon. So it could be hexagon, but that's a 2D shape, right? What I see when I look at this, for me, it's more like this. Right? So this is what I see. And right now, if it's maybe I can make it a little bit more precise, and it would be oops. Right? It would be cube. So that's that simplification that I talked about previously when it comes to simplifying the shapes that I can move. For my brain, moving this shape, I'm sorry, for my brain, moving 3D shape, you know, in z-axis or y-axis or x-axis, x, y, x, y, z, it's way more complicated than moving a 2D shape in x and y axis. It's way easier. So I'm thinking about this strictly from economy of of brain. I don't know how to describe it. Well, the problem is that when you, and the same goes like if this would be a face, right, and the hair, one of my million dollar portraits. So if this is a face, this is, you know, a 3D square, right, to move it left and right, up and down. And if I fully develop that portrait, it's 3D on X, or 3DX. No, 3D to power of X, that's how you say it. I don't remember right now the mathematics exactly. That I know, I can, I haven't had a chance studying mathematics on the university level in English. So some of these words or expressions, or the way how to describe it are kind of foreign to me. So I'm just eyeballing it. So it's a, I think it's 3D to power of x. I believe that's how you say it. Anyway, so this is the way how I simplify what I look at. The problem is that before you're going to simplify it, and the reason why you're not simplifying it, not you necessarily, but that the problem why I was not simplifying it sooner is because I was not able to translate 3D to 2D shape. So I thought that moving a 3D shape, it's easier for me. It's kind of a weird, it feels counterintuitive at first, right? Because I'm thinking more complicated with more ideas, therefore I can get a better result. Yes, that's true, but this is just a cube. I can rotate this cube in my head however way I want. Actually, the good example would be, I don't know if this is what I see. Maybe this is what I see. Right? So this is a completely different face. Right? So, and imagine right now, and these are just the cubes, so you don't see his hair that much. And we can go further and further. It's just it's another possibility here is that let's just continue. Oops. Another possibility is this, right? So there is so many orientations that there are there, and when you thinking strictly only 3D, one cube, it's easy. But if I'm going to cube all these right here, suddenly moving them left and right, it's really, really complicated, right? So it seems counterintuitive to why would I switch it to a simple form if I already have all the information here and I moved all the information. True, but that's when you do one portrait. The moment, and this is a problem with a lot of like portrait artists. Not the problem. It's not the problem. You can tell when the portrait artist, and I can tell it because I've been there. You can tell when portrait artists venture to a multi-compositional paintings, because what they do, they start with the portraits, and I still start with the portraits because for me, portraits kind of a key that I have to put there in order to move my body. Not all of them, but when you really start, when you start thinking about that, most of us. And it's not only because of portrait artists, it's more about that I am most familiar with portrait because that's what I see most of the time. I'm not looking on the people's feet when they're standing, right? I am looking on their face. Thinking about this composition in full 3D mode and try to rotate it or move separate parts, for my computer in Blender would be, I would see a lagging enormously. That's why it's easier for me and sketch and work two-dimensionally. So I am translating this information to 2D, and then it's very easy for me to move 3D and first decide on what silhouettes I'm going to have here and where these portraits are going to be as one shape, not black, not dark and light. And this is where I talk about mostly about black and white because this is what I see. And right now I can just replicate these shapes, and suddenly, you know, when you're looking at this shape right now, right here, right, you can see that that those are cubes. Why? Because you have the visual clues about the cubes. So they look like, oh, this cube is behind. Oh, you can, you know, you can think that this cube is behind, and this is how it is, right? So it's very simple, and you can see immediately how two lines are going to change what you see. I can't. I mean, for me, this is a principle of compositional movement. I can quickly adjust this. And picture, like this took me a couple seconds thinking about, I'm just going to construct a cube. And then I'm going to construct another cube right here, and then another one right here. And right now I decide right now I'm going to decide to move them left and right with portraits, right? So I have all these portraits right here. It's way more challenging. It's way more line work. It's way more effort to move left and right, up and down, not even thinking about forward, backward, in space. It's, I mean, I'm not saying that it's impossible. It is challenging, to put it mildly. So yeah, of course I put it on did I put it on the wrong layer? Of course I did. I hope my microphone was working. It was, nice. You bit of erasing, I'm erasing. All the $1 million portraits are gone. Well, that's what's up. So I have this guy. So let's get into that. I think that this works. I really think it works. So let me go into that. Let me get into that, and let me. Let me see how far I can push it. And right now I'm thinking about this guy right here. What if I, like, he's here like so, can I just, maybe he can, there will be too many lines this way then again. No, I'm not going to, oops. That would be too complicated. I erased them, yeah. I can put them back. Boop. Maybe I could do this. And now I'll have to erase them. Actually, I could just delete the selected layer, so I don't know. I just felt that this is more attractive to me to do this way. It's a satisfying, satisfying feeling. Boop. Okay. So let's do this. And right now, maybe I could search for it doesn't actually doesn't have to be anything specific. Like it could be, it doesn't need to be a straight pole. It could be actually like the crooked one is just a, you know, like because I'm looking at it right now and it could be curved. So it doesn't look too, but then everything is going to be curved. And maybe it would be nice juxtaposition against a curved, against curved, against curves, like curves. I have curves in the fabric, so a straight pole could work, I think. Let me just a second, I have to fix. Okay, so let me see if let me see if I could. Okay, so perhaps. Oh man, do you know what? Do you see what I'm doing? Let me ask you this. What do you think, what would be the best reference picture for this particular part? I'm talking about this. So, is there a similar pose from another decent painter that did similar thing? I'll let you think while I'll recall while I try to recall the position from the memory perhaps and maybe correct certain things. So let me get into it. There's a specific painting, very specific painting that, and if you have to look for it and you get it, you're just gonna, it's so obvious that you cannot unsee it. So I don't want to say it. So I have to change it. So it has to be different. Well, it doesn't have to, because it's not really a problem. So that's your challenge. I'm not going to say it. If you can't find it, then you are not associating this with it, and then just it works. In that case, it works. And I'm good. No, I guess I'm fine. I guess I am fine. Perhaps this should be maybe straight arm all the way down, because it kind of replicates this a little too much. It almost looks like 1, 2, 3, right? So I don't know if I want that, but maybe I do. I don't know. I can't find anything similar so far. Okay, all right. That's cool. So then it means it doesn't exist. What if I help you a little bit? What if I do this? And it's just yay long in the original painting. This looks wrong. And right now I'm looking at my painting and I'm thinking if he did it the same way. I don't know, man. Maybe we should go lower. Maybe we should go lower. Is it still going to go work if it's lower? Yeah, I think it will. It doesn't ring a bell? Okay. That's cool. So I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. You're so curious. Okay, well, you no, that's not, no. You really have to, you have to try if you want to get that. Trust me, you're gonna be extremely annoyed that you didn't get it immediately. Yes, of course it is. Of course it is. Finally, you get it. It's just a yes. That's like straight from the Night Watch. It is. It is from Rembrandt's Night Watch. Yes. I hope that you. it's it's almost one to one, except he's looking this direction, and there is another figure next to him. It's the main figure in the center. It's the golden guy. OMG, right? But here's the thing. When you look at that painting, this is going to be. I'm just gonna let me tell you this, and probably I should end up a stream on this note. So because I have to do. People are calling me about about that non-disclosure agreement project that I'm working on. My mic is on. Okay, all right. So here's the thing. I probably you know this already, but if you don't, something to maybe I could bring it up actually on the screen. Let me just go Google art and culture. Search Rembrandt and Night Watch. Let me pull this up. No thanks. Let me pull this up on the screen. It's going to be what, window capture? Yep, window capture. So here we have this beautiful masterpiece, and come on, and this is what I'm talking about right here. For those of you who are not familiar, so you know what I'm talking about. So this, it looks very close to what I did intentionally, but it doesn't really matter. I wouldn't consider this as a stealing, because I'm not stealing his idea. I just needed that direction. So I wouldn't call it a stealing, and the reason why I wouldn't call it stealing, it's very simple, and I think this is going to be perfect kind of a segue. No, it's going to be perfect end of the stream, I believe, because check this out. If you move with this painting just a little bit on this side right here, do you see the glove? I hope you do. And if you do see the glove, do you know where is that glove from taken? From which other famous painting? Because that's kind of a, it would be historically, no idea. Okay, so that actually right now I'm kind of feeling that I'm gonna let you just just suffer and just go through all the paintings that you know and just all the books, so you can't sleep, you can't eat, you can do nothing, because this would bother me forever. I'm gonna but I'm gonna tell you because it's just a kind of a, it would be it would be really, 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 really mean not tell you to. Yeah, I know it would be extremely mean, but here's the thing. You're not gonna. Is there actually? I don't know if I can show these pictures here. So let me just do this. Let me just because I'm not sure if I am allowed to show nudity. So I'm kind of worried that they might get a ban, even though it's artistic nudity. But anyway. Yeah, it's just easier that way. So check this out. Can I zoom it in? Supposedly, according to this is going to bother you a lot. Supposedly, it's this hand right here. On a is this a Play-Doh? So supposedly, according to some hoax, or I don't know, I said conspiracy theories, Rembrandt saw it and actually took it from this fresco as a part of as a kind of a, because there is in when you look at the Night Watch painting, it's absolute. It has no reason. It has no reason for him to hold that. Like what's the reason for him to hold that the glove that way? I think it's I think that the explanation there was that is a direct reference, because even that the Night Watch actually was direct. Like inspiration for the Night Watch was that famous School of Athens fresco that we are looking at right now, and he kind of incorporated there as like a little small little hint, as a connection between him and Rembrandt, as a continuation of the lineage of painters, and just to give a credit to the inspiration behind that. I don't know if this is true. It might be an accident. Same way, and I'm not. Hear me out. I don't want to compare myself with Rembrandt or Raphael. Not at all. I wish I could, but I can't. But the thing is that sometimes what happens is that when you look for the paintings and you do all these things, and you try to do a lot of different compositions, and you go through the pictures and you're recalling things from the memory, sometimes you don't know if you came up with that idea or you saw it somewhere along the line before. I did not directly copy the Rembrandt. I wasn't even thinking about copying Rembrandt, but somehow the compositional ideas and the ideas behind, like directing your eye and doing these things, it's really difficult to avoid these things, because these directions are very important, and usually they are in the pleasing way. They are proportionally in that kind of a, in that, how would I put this, in that, like you're searching for that sweet spot when it comes to composition, and sometimes things align. I don't know how, I don't know why. It's just it is that kind of a something that visually pleases us to look at, and they were analyzing it and so on and so forth. So I don't want to get into details, or I don't even want to think about going into mathematics as Da Vinci and Raphael then copied it after Da Vinci as well, because he was supposedly a portrait of Platon. It's actually a Plato. It's actually or is it Aristotle? I don't remember right now. I'm mixing my. Is it Aristotle, Socrates, or Platon? The main figure in the red dress that's holding that finger up. Is it Socrates? it doesn't really matter. It's one of these three, and I always mix them. What I was referring to, or what I wanted to point out, is that Raphael painted a portrait of Leonardo da Vinci. Supposedly, I'm not sure if it's true, but supposedly it very close visually. It resembles Leonardo, and that only surviving autoportrait that we have about him. And it's very, very, very similar, and it's kind of a homage to Leonardo da Vinci and his precision with composition and mathematical perfection and so on and so forth, because Raphael was a big fan of Leonardo's work. So he incorporated him there. And then there is another idea when it comes to this, that this is Michelangelo, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. I think this is Michelangelo, the one that I was showing to you underneath by himself, because that's what Michelangelo was known for. There is a plenty of stories behind this, and people associating this, because it's also the figure down underneath underneath the stairs in the foreground. It looks like some of the poses that Michelangelo was doing in a Sistine Chapel, because this fresco is it's in a close proximity of a Sistine Chapel. It's the same building or same complex. It's in the Vatican. So Raphael was incorporating his heroes into his paintings. Naturally, if you like these painters and you look in their work and you are copying that and you're constantly going through that, somehow you not necessarily develop the same style, but you have a similar aesthetic. So you are solving the problems a similar way, because they are pleasing to look at for you when you're looking at their paintings, and then also you want to solve your paintings the same way. So what I was trying to say, sometimes it's difficult to say whether or not I'm copying it willingly or it's happening somehow subconsciously. This 100% happened subconsciously, because not in my sketches, not even anywhere else, I was thinking about putting him, giving him a pole into a hand. I just wanted to reinforce that diagonal right there. So naturally, I put it there. Same goes supposedly for Rembrandt when he was thinking about because there is no reason when you think about that night watch, like why would he hold that glove in that position? There is no reason for doing it. These are just stories that entertains us. But it's a kind of a nice defense against me copying Rembrandt and copying his solutions. That he did it first. Raphael did it first because he copied like the Michelangelo and the way he's sitting. It's one of poses and actually gestures on Sistine Chapel, on the ceiling on the Sistine Chapel, and supposedly he did it because he was walking through that Sistine Chapel and observing and being inspired by that and trying to replicate that awesomeness that he saw, that you couldn't see anywhere in the world. It was just a Sistine Chapel and the painting, the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel painted by Michelangelo was something to be seen. There was one of a kind that was just beyond belief. And people saw it first time, they couldn't believe what they were looking at. That's how cool was it. And Raphael was one of these people. And when he got that commission to do a fresco next to Michelangelo, he pushed it as hard as he could. I think that he outdone himself with that composition. It's marvelous. I haven't seen it live, but that's something that I would love to see live and just hang out there and maybe do some sketches from live if they ever allow me to do that. So yeah, these things are kind of subconscious in my case. So it's kind of cool think about this stuff. And probably these are, like I said, just the stories to entertain painters when they were sitting and maybe having a glass of wine, and they were comparing their sketches and notes and ideas and thoughts. So perhaps it happened willingly. I don't know. We like to think that we love to find the reason in everything, and these conspiracies. I would call them conspiracies, or I don't know how else. These ideas always makes me. They always make me always. They kind of. I think it's fun. I wouldn't bet my life that that's what was happening, but it's kind of it's entertaining, and it makes it a little bit more interesting when you paint and when you look through these things. So yeah, it was fun today. We did a lot of work. I'm very happy. I'm very pleased. I'm probably going to be continuing on sketching this way, even in the train today, if I won't fall asleep, because I have to right now alt tab to a blender and start modeling, because I'm receiving call after call about about corrections that I have to pick up, and I have to do these corrections. So I'm looking forward to another maybe all-nighter with a blender experience. So. It's going to be cool. It's going to be fun. Hopefully, if they allow me to, I'll one day I'll show you what I was working on. Unfortunately, I can't right now. Not that I can't. I can't. That's it. It was awesome. I'm probably going to give it a shot more often to do this digitally. It was really a very, very good bed painting Friday today. I apologize again for the delay, but there was a lot of stuff that was happening, and I had to move everything, the setup for cameras and so on and so forth, to switch to digital. But I think it paid off. I solved a lot of problems that I wanted to with the compositions, and I wouldn't even call it solving necessarily. I think of this as a laying down, a foundation, and right now I can explore this in a large canvas, which probably depends on the weather tomorrow. We could get into this, and if not, we can continue painting digitally, and maybe I can right now do a little portrait paintings of and hand studies of these two figures that I have there, because there is a hand that has to hold that pole or whatever stuff is he holding. I think it's creating a nice kind of a shape right there, and I'm kind of liking it when I'm looking at that direction. So I hope that you had a successful painting session and successful bed painting Friday. And remember, even if you were not successful, it is a success, because you pushed yourself a little bit further. And that means that you are even if it's just a little small step, you are closer to a goal to achieving. You saw actually, and you can, you're going to see it over and over again during these streams, during our creative discourse streams, that I struggle myself. There were minutes that I didn't know, like, how am I? And I went through that roller deck of visual kind of adjustments, and I was moving things in my head in that, how I explained to you that 2D instead of 3D, just working with the shapes and trying to move things, and then play. When I was satisfied with some kind of a shape in my head, like vague shape that was in my head, I put it there, I changed it, I moved it, I changed it, and you can see from the beginning, if I were a chance to time lapse this, you would see how much this little digital painting evolved. Actually, I don't need to I don't need to, I don't have to, what's the word that I'm looking for? Well, I can actually show you because I still have it. It's right here in the background. So let me just. Command T. So this is where we were at the beginning. Let me maybe clean it up a little bit. So I'll just get rid of these. Oops, what did I do? Well, that doesn't matter. Okay, this way. Doesn't really matter. So this is where we started. Let me just zoom it in for you a little bit more. That might be too much. So this is where I started, and this is where we are right now. So there is a lot of things and just one more thing before I sign off. Very important. A lot of changed, but the overall shape didn't. It got slightly adjusted. But when you look at it, I mean, I kept that composition as close to my original thought as possible because that's my gesture, that's my guideline. If I were to just randomly adding figures and moving things around, it would all fall apart. It's simply that just if you know, this might be a good example of if you are. If you're confident with that composition, and if you feel that the composition is solid and sound, you can start hanging heavy stuff on it. And when I said hanging heavy stuff on it, if the wireframe is solid and sound, then the foundation is going to, you're going to build a beautiful, tall building. And it's not, it's not built on the sand, it's built on the solid concrete foundation and the solid, very simple compositional idea. Is this the best composition that you've ever seen? I'm certainly not. But I think it works. It works on that very fundamental level, and right now we just need to polish it. It's like I feel that this might be like a good starting point. And if it's not going to work at the end, and we're going to destroy it, so what? We had fun on the way. So you should be happy that you did your progress. You tried. You push yourself as far as you could. You experimented. Today, you even use the left hand instead of right hand. That's just awesome. That's exactly that spirit of, oh, we're just gonna experiment during that bad painting Friday, not caring about what the result is, but rather testing all these creative theories and creative solutions to a compositional problem. So I enjoyed it, even though it was difficult. Right now, when I'm sitting back and looking at that and seeing how far it went and how many iterations we did, it's that feeling of tiredness and happiness simultaneously, because it actually, all that adjustments, they have a they have a meaning. There is a reason behind this madness. So hopefully you had a similar success. I'm sure that you had similar success. And if you can find that success, you are being unnecessarily harsh. And that will hold you back, same way it held me back. So please do not make the same mistakes. And join me also tomorrow if you'd like to, for another stream, having another fun, continue exploring, working out these, or figuring it out rather, these problems with the composition. I see immediately a couple of them, so check this out. I can't. I am just, my brain is not allowing me to not point this out. And then that's going to be the last thing that I say. Oops. Last thing that I'm going to say. What is this? So, oh, layers. I'm sorry, just a second. Last thing, I swear. So, distance from here to here, that's maybe a little too much. Distance from here to here and distance from here to here is almost the same, if not the same. I have to test it. I have 1, 2, 3 heads, and check this out. I repeated it from here to here. Well, let me maybe switch to a different color since it's a Christmas. Let's do green. This and this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. These are all soldiers, and I get, you know, I don't know what I'm going to say, but it has to be. This has to change. Good observation. I didn't notice that. And this is understanding of the problems with your own composition. I see it. I'm forcing myself to do these things because I know my brain. I know my brain better than I want to when it comes to painting, and I do these things, and it's just the repetition. It's crazy. I don't think that it bothers me that much because there's a lot of other elements, but I just in the corner of my eye. And the problem is, if you open the Rembrandt Night's Watch, and if you open that a School of Athens that I showed you, they are not doing it. I need to up my darn game. Oh, trust me, me too. And that's why we're here. That's why I'm going to be here tomorrow. That's why I'm going to be here day after tomorrow. Maybe not streaming, but still in the studio doing, you know, administration works and so on and so forth, because I have a lot of things to do behind the scenes in order to keep this stream running. And I'm enjoying this, and I don't want to stop. So I'm going to be here definitely as much as I can, and as long as it's necessary to correct these things. But you know, like I said, this is the last thing that I wanted to show you. These looks like this looks a little bit like these soldiers that I was trying to avoid. But that's a beautiful moment for me to, till tomorrow, think about this, move it, go through pictures, open the Rembrandt, open Titian, open Raphael, do like I can throw a golden ratio or Fibonacci numbers and sequences and that perfect spiral to break it down and to you know, find the creative ways again how to solve these problems. So there is a lot of work ahead of me, and I'm looking forward to that. It's definitely going to be fun. So yeah, it was awesome today. I enjoyed it a lot. I feel almost refreshed before I switch to a, you know, Alt Tab and, you know, the Blender mode, and I hope to see you, I hope to see you tomorrow. So have a wonderful rest of the day. It was awesome today. Stay cool, and I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.